classmate. माननीय सभासदों, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी,
अगर नारे नहीं लगाओ तो उचित रहेगा.
If you don't make slogans here, it will be nice. Honorable members, I am sad to share the information about the sad demise of our three former colleagues. Shri Kali Prasad Pandey was a member of 8th Lok Sabha and from Gopalganj constituency of Bihar. He was an MP and he has been the member of Bihar Legislative Assembly. Shri Kalis Prasad Pandey passed away on 22 August at the age of 78 years in Delhi. Shri Rameswar Dudi was from Rajasthan and his constituency was Bikaner. He was a member of 13th Lok Sabha and he has been in Food and Public Distribution Committee. He was the chairman of this committee and he has been the member of Rajasthan Legislative Assembly and he has been the leader of opposition in the assembly and he passed away in the age of 62 years on 4th October 2025 in Bikaner. Shri Sham Sundar Lal was a member of 6th Lok Sabha and the then Bayana constituency. He belonged to, he represented this constituency on 28th November 2025. He passed away in Delhi at the age of 89 years and now we will observe silence and we now observe silence for these people.
ओम शांति. प्रश्नकाल.
Question hour.
क्वेश्चन नंबर 41.
Question number 41.
माजी. प्रश्न संख्या बोलो.
Please tell the question number.
On the table of the house, sir.
माननीय सदस्य.
Honorable member.
मेरा ये प्रश्न था, क्या
Want to know from Honorable Minister that Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution in the Odisha's hilly area for making some standards. Is there any plan of the ministry so that the villages in this area can be covered and through PDS some centers and storage centers and godowns may be established so that the beneficiaries may be supplied this ration and they may not go to far places? If yes, then in the district like Mayurbhanj, is there any planning of implementation of such policy and what is the timeline? Honorable Minister. Sir, I want to say that in the whole country, wherever it is required, and FCI has godowns and they do through PPT and they use FCI godowns also, and state governments godowns are also used, and in some remote areas or in hilly areas, in all areas we have our networking. It's perfect. Wherever the need arises, FCI will hire godowns also as the need arises, and fair price shops are also are to be controlled by state government. This is the work of the state government. We are using technology, and under the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann scheme, we are providing 5 kg ration as rice and wheat every month, and under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we are doing it. Honorable members, supplementary. Sir, I want to know from Honorable Minister, will the government ensure this, and what steps are being taken in this regard, that all the eligible beneficiaries in my constituency, especially the tribal area people under AAY, they are excluded from this list. They should be identified, and BPL ration card should be issued to them, and under Antyodaya Anna Yojana, they should be included. And till they are included in the list, such families should be provided with subsidized food grains. And what arrangement will be done by Honorable Minister for this? Honorable Member, when there is start question, then you please ask in brief. Honorable Minister. So the beneficiary has to decide it, whether he is under targeted PDS or Antyodaya scheme. They provide 5 kg, and under Antyodaya scheme, we provide 7 kgs to everybody. And as far as the question of distribution of card is concerned, it is the task of state government. But using the technology, time to time, eligibility criteria is decided by the state government, and if there is something wrong is reported, we conduct survey through technology, and we inform the state government. Verification is done, and it is decided who has to be included in BPL list, and this is the task of state government. And if he has some concern, he can give it to me in written. Honorable members, I would like to request honorable members and the ministers that if the questions are asked briefly, and honorable ministers are also requested to reply briefly, then because there are 20 questions in the list of lottery, and it's very difficult to include them all, and other members can also get opportunity, so you should make such effort. I request all of you.
श्रीमती रूप कुमारी चौधरी, श्री नरेश मस्के,
हमारी सरकार
Sir, our government every year under National Food Security Act, approximately 2 lakh crore rupees are spent on this scheme. In 2015, Shanta Kumar committee, it was recommended to decrease it up to 40 taka, so that the subsidy may be targeted in better way. Will the government rationalize PDS coverage and will improve subsidy target? And will the government accept the Shanta Kumar recommendations, and are they taking any steps? And a well-targeted DBT system is being considered seriously by the government?
फूड सिक्योरिटी एक्ट के अनुसार
Sir, as per Food Security Act, 75% rural population, 50% urban population are being covered. They are being provided ration free of cost through Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana. It is in operation. So right now there is no such proposal So we request the states that to improve
गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना डाटा विथ आधार, उसमें जो मर जाता है, मीन्स डेथ होता है,
if some people pass away, then CBTT, income tax, motor vehicle ownership, GST and MCA, all such subjects will be matched, and we send it to state government, and eligibility criteria are decided by state government, and we provide 75% and 50%. No change has been done in this.
स्पीकर सर, आपके माध्यम से
Honorable Speaker, sir, through you, I want to know from Honorable Minister that there are some leakages in the PDS. And when we talk about special districts, 112 aspirational districts are there, right?
which are both aspirational, and what we are seeing is that because of the leakages and the beneficiary is not getting the due चावल जो नहीं मिलता है, तो 8 ट्राइबल पीपल ऐसे थे कंधमाल में जो मैंगो कर्नल खा के वो बीमार
There were 8 tribal people, 2 of them died. So there are some leakages under this in this scheme. And mobile connectivity is also a challenge in my area. Will government think about some universal basic income? Will you provide some basic minimum amount in addition to PDS? If we talk about the National Food Security Act of Government of India, we have to provide food security, and we are regularly giving it. And in 2020, from COVID time up to 2029, under Pradhan Mantri Garib Anna Kalyana Yojana, we are distributing grains, food grains to the people. If there are some leakages, this is the responsibility of Government of India. And if after this, when it is distributed to the fair price shops and ultimately it goes to the beneficiary, then it is the responsibility of state government. If there are some complaints, we write to state government to take some action, and all 25.8 crore ration cards and
are digitized. आज almost 100% digitization करके
almost 100% digitization has been completed, and we are going ahead on this road, and through thumb impression, biometrics, and through iris scan, we identify it, and except this with EPOS and e-weighing skill, weighing machine is also being connected, and targeted poor people are to be catered. We are making efforts. If there's some specific complaint, they can write to me.
Number 42. क्वेश्चन नंबर बोल दें जी माननीय सदस्य।
Please tell question number.
क्वेश्चन 42।
ओके माननीय मंत्री महोदय।
Honorable Minister, the statement is laid on the table of the House. Honorable Member, sir, he has informed that during 74th round in the annual survey conduct there was the problem, and what efforts have been made to eradicate these problems. Sir, if I talk in Bihar after taking the services of the people who are working in this statistics and programmatic medicine department, now they have been fired by the government. Will they plan to hire them again? Sir, if you talk about the 74th round, some suggestions were received for the development of infrastructure, and some effort should be made in this regard. But if we talk about the methodology which was used at that time, there was some problem in this, and it is not very important for us. So a technical report was presented, and that is why the survey was not conducted, was not presented. As far as the honorable member has some concerns about Bihar, I don't know about it. If there is any other question, I will reply to it.
सर वहाँ तो फिर से
So they have formed the government again, and he has from the government again. Will Honorable Minister give any assurance about it? Sir, I cannot give any assurance on behalf of them.
Anil Desai.
Thank you, Speaker sir. I would like to ask the Honorable Minister through you a supplementary on this question. Sir, service sector has been contributing the most as far as compared to industry also, and being the highest contributor towards our GDP and the economy. The growth in the service sector, which has been there, we have seen the trajectory also and projections also in the coming years. This is very important that subsectors which have been divided in the service sector like trade, transport, finance, real estate, every sector assumes great importance, and data set has to be there. Like manufacturing or industry, we've been giving core sectors also. As stated in the answer, that in the 74th round, there was a hitch which developed regarding the methodology to be adopted, and only technical report was given. Now in this, every segment assumes great importance. What the methodology or what the basic concept the government is trying to come about the entire concept, because this assumes great importance in the sense that employment now, which is come down from public sector to private sector, and private sector is playing important role in the economy. What steps are being taken by the government to see that this comes in the public domain, and according to that, what steps would be there for the development in this sector?
So there is no gainsaying the fact that services sector is one of the most important sectors contributing to our economy. I accept his version of this. However, the service sector can be divided into two parts. One is the incorporated sector and the other is unincorporated sector. As far as the unincorporated sector is concerned, the government has been taking out surveys since 21-22, and reports on that are available in the As far as the incorporated sector is concerned, after the 2016-17 technical report, there was a survey, small survey conducted in the last part of the last year and the beginning of this year. So this was a pilot study. The full-fledged survey, and from which year will this survey be taken as the base year, will be announced on 28th of February. So far, sir, all surveys have taken 11-12 as the base year. Sometimes people say that it is rather late for us to be taking 11-12 as the base year. But on the 28th of February next year, 26, we will decide which will be the base year from which the survey will be conducted, and it should be conducted thereafter for the incorporated sector as well.
Sudhakar, question number.
या सरकार क्वेश्चन नंबर 42 के संदर्भ में
Question number 42. Sir, I want to know from Honorable Minister that in Bihar, especially in the rural areas, the banking facilities and health facilities has not been available, and what are the reasons for this? Will the government take any step to develop service sector, and is there any such planning? So the question is related to the surveys, and this is not related to the development of Bihar and some areas in Bihar.
Question number 43. Sudama Kaji or Bihar.
The same questions was related to Bihar. Sir, statement is laid on the table of the House. Honorable Speaker, sir. Sir, social media is a very important subject, and it is playing important role in the life of everybody's life. Either it is positive or negative, it is affecting everybody. And we have seen, especially in the youth, so many apps are there which are related to caste, religion, area, and there are so many groups, and they are dividing the society.
social media
social media, and the answer given by the minister said that if this happens, then we'll do that, and there is a provision for this and that. He has not told that after the destruction of your life or after some accident occurs, somebody dies or somebody is killed, and this will happen. This kind of answer is not proper. Brazil or some other countries where Singapore, Finland, America, US, they have implemented some conduct rules. And now you're talking about the internet rules after coming from Bihar. Bihar is my request that the government, if they feel right, the social media is okay, but the security of this nation or for the coming generations, the youth who are facing this domestic violence, Honorable Minister, sir, Honorable Speaker, sir, Honorable Speaker, sir, we'll give chance to you to speak, to ask the second supplementary question. We will give you supplementary, please. Honorable Speaker, sir. Social media and fake news about that, the subject which has been raised by honorable member here is definitely a matter of great concern, and
that fake news is a threat to our democracy today. और हमें सोशल मीडिया पर
and on social media, this fake news on AI generated deep fake, we have to take strict action in this regard. And the way in which the social media platforms are being used or misused, and there are so many ecosystems which have been created which are not following the Constitution of India. And in this way, many laws passed by this August House are not being followed. On that, strict action is required, and definitely strict rules are to be made. And recently, some new rules have been made. Within 36 hours, takedown rule has been initiated recently. AI generated deepfakes are going to be identified, and on that, action is going to be taken. That kind of new rule has been drafted or published. Consultation is going on in this regard. Parliamentary committee also has done wonderfully well in this regard. I want to congratulate Dishkant Jubiji and all the members of the committee that they have taken good very action and detailed report. Yesterday only they have tabled here in this August House, and many good proposals are there how this law can be made stricter. And honorable speakers, ultimately the fake news social media on this is a very fine delicate balance between freedom of speech and protecting our democracy. And this fine balance has to be maintained. The government has taken this stand. Honorable Modi ji has, through this digital media in this country, the new revolution which has happened in the democratization of technology, and there are good effects which can be seen, and we have to take into cognizance these things, because social media in a way is a platform also to everyone to project their views, and all these points are to be taken into consideration, and institutions and the trust in the society has to be strengthened further. On that, the government is working, sir.
Adhyaksh
Honorable Speaker, sir, when some photo or something or maybe religion kind of thing on in case of Manipur, social media has played a vital role, and rather they have created this tension in the society. If they upload some photograph, please ask your question. This is question hour. You please raise your question. Honorable Speaker, sir, I'm saying that I'm coming to that only. Like in the case of betting, this Mahadev and some other gambling stores. 18% youth have committed suicide because of this. I'm concerned about the youth of our country, and this social and family life which is there in the tension is growing. I want to say this much only, that whenever something is uploaded here on the social media and news channels, how they pick up and raise this kind of myth or this kind of mistrust, this is not verified also, and before that no permission is being taken, how and why it will happen. No action is being taken in this regard. Strict action must be taken. Strict action is required. Strict laws has to be made. This is my request. And in any way, this kind of uploading should be stopped. In this regard, there should be some law, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir, the honorable member has raised this views about the online betting. And through you, I would like to say to the August House, I would like to tell you with clarity that Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has made a very strict law about this online money gaming, how to regulate this, and because of that, in the country, crores of families are getting the benefit of that. And the way, like cancer, this online money gaming was happening, it was being propagated and publicized, and after the spreading of this thing in the society, there was a lot of problem which was happening. On that, new strict law has been made, and Honorable Modi's government is not going to take any step behind in taking strict steps in this regard.
CP Joshi.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I would like to ask the Honorable Minister about 5G and in Rajasthan, and you have done a lot, and I thank you for that. I thank Honorable Prime Minister also that in the far-flung areas where network problem was there, in hundreds of numbers towers have been erected. And my question is this: those 5G companies, spectrum companies, those who have started working before that, the uncovered areas where this fundamental network, basic network which has to be provided for this providing of basic infrastructure, whether government is proposing anything, or if yes, then in which in the areas where this 2G, 3G network is not there, whether there is some special deadline of time has been fixed for that. Honorable Speaker, sir, although this question was about the fake media and social media, but honorable member who has raised this question, honorable minister concerned for this telecommunication would respond to this.
क्योंकि इसमें
Please ask in brief, because more than 25 members have requested for the supplementaries in this regard for this question. It's very huge matter of great concern for the youth, and for the whole parliament is raising the concern on this matter, and the government is bringing the policy through the parliamentary committee. Also, recommendations have been made in this regard. We can discuss again on this matter. Thank you, Honorable Sir.
Minister listed the rules and mechanisms, but the reply has given zero data. Can the minister confirm whether the government has taken even a single punitive action against the major news channels or the influential social media accounts spreading fake news about the opposition leaders' farmer movements in the past 2 years? If yes, kindly name the cases. If not, why does the government selectively target only the criticism of the union government under the so-called fact-check unit? Thank you, sir.
Honorable Speaker, sir, the government as well as the Press Council of India, both of them have been very actively looking at any complaint which comes against any TV channel or any newspaper. This is something which is very important for protecting our democracy. We must always be aware that anything which is sold in the name of freedom of speech, but it is a fake news or a fake narrative, must be actively countered. And this is the responsibility of the central government as well as the state governments and the civil society also. We must collectively work towards making sure that the trust in our society is maintained and that is further strengthened. And for that, as far as the central government and its institutions are concerned, we will continue to take any action which is required for curbing the fake news.
Question number 44, Sri C.N. Annadurai. Sri G. Selvam.
Question number 44.
माननीय मंत्री महोदय,
Sir, a statement is laid on the table.
honorable member,
Thank you, sir. Sir, well, the ministry has started the 5G services have been launched across all districts. Large packets of rural Kanchipuram still report weak or no 5G signal, especially the blocks of Uttaramerur, Valajapad and Achirapakam, affecting student, small business and service delivery. May I request the honorable minister to specify whether the government will prioritize the underserved rural clusters of Kanchipuram for additional 5G BTS installation under any ongoing or upcoming schemes, and the timeline for the ensuring full rural coverage in the district.
Sir, today, if you look at the 5G, more than 99% of the districts, that is 777 districts out of 778, have 5G coverage. The 5G coverage today, out of 1.2 billion people, 120 crore people, 36 crore people have 5G handsets and are using 5G services. Sir, the issue of the 5G coverage in rural villages is not just about the 5G towers or BTS. It is about the handset latching on to the 5G. When it comes to their own districts, today we have 37,000 5G BTS are in Tamil Nadu. In their own two villages, Tiruvannamalai and Kanchipuram, we have 224 and 231 villages with 5G BTS. This is on par with average of the rest of the India, sir. Thank you. But in addition to that, government has done an exceptional work to accelerate the 5G services, sir. By enabling TSPs, reducing their bank guarantees, removing the spectrum usage charges. Therefore, they can invest a lot more money in additional BTS and accelerating the services, sir. And this is a continuous process. Thank you.
now Sri Krishna.
Thank you, sir, for allowing me to ask. Sir, I'm not going to ask about 5G, but actually ask about 4G. So the district I come from, Palnadu, has a lot of tribal population. In mandals like Ballapalli, Veldurti, Macharla, these 3-4 mandals have a lot of ST population and lot of PVTG habitations also. PVTG habitations also. The question I have is that, yes, I appreciate the ministry for actually rolling out indigenously manufactured 4G equipment almost in 97,500 villages across the country. But in these PVTG habitations in my constituency, land has been allocated, and but for such a long time, this 4G network has not been rolled out in these PVTG habitations. So I request, is there any timeline that they can give us that these PVTG locations can be given access to this 4G equipment? And if so, if there is any priority also given to this PVTG habitation, that will be great. Thank you, sir.
Sir, when it comes to 4G, we have planned for around 27,000 towers across all these underserved areas, sir. These areas are far-flung, remote areas. Access has been an issue. Forest clearance, environmental clearance has been an issue. Therefore, our Honorable Cabinet Minister Scindia ji has written to individual chief ministers. I myself has written to each MP on exactly what the problems in that related area, so that we can coordinate with the local MP along with BSNL, who is an implementing agency, and the state government, so that we can accelerate this process, sir. When it comes to individual villages, there are variable factors, and it is very hard to give exact information on what it is. But we are here to address all those issues and accelerate, sir. And this Palnadu district is actually my own hometown, sir. I am happy to work on that. Thank you.
Shri Abdul Rashid Sheikh.
सर मैं ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर साहब से
Sir, I'd like to request the Honorable Minister that in North Kashmir, in the border areas, Karnam, Machal, Gurej, Uri, there 5G, 4G is a far-sighted sighted this thing. Mobile towers are required, and phone connectivity is not there. And Gujarati kind of villages, I've seen that for 5 days they are requesting LG Saab, CM Sir, that we may be given at least the mobile facility. I would like to request to him that whether by his mercy and the department of him will please say that in the border areas, there's especially Kupwara, Baramulla, as he mentioned that in all the MPs have been written about that. I'm from that area. I have a lot of pain in this regard. I may please be given the relief in this way.
ये प्रश्न के साथ
This question, and apart from that, sir, the honorable member who had raised the question is a very serious matter. And today, in the telecommunication area, this is not a luxury, it has become a necessity. And through this, the people of a country are connecting with the world. And considering this thing, Honorable Prime Minister has taken a resolution that 100% 4G saturation has to be ensured in the country, and Digital Bharat Nidhi, from that fund, this amount has also been released. And in the answer it was mentioned that almost 47,000 towers, for that the fund has been given. And I'm glad to inform you, sir, and through your to tell the House that in last 1 year's period, almost 25,000 towers have been erected in the country. The rest of the 12,000 towers in which our honorable member had raised this matter about Kashmir also, the matter has been raised by the honorable member. This is the work in progress.
इसके पीछे कई कारण
There are many reasons behind that. Some reasons I would like to put before you. In some areas, survey has not happened, where some right of way access is not there at some places. At some place in the state, government's permission is required. So in the month of April, about every tower, we had done this analysis, and in 2,400 reasons are there. Which each reason has been pointed out, and with the state government we have done the communication. We have talked to chief ministers, minister of state, and myself have talked about that. And in the House, I would like to tell with all happiness that 2,415 matters, out of which last Monday we had done this calculation that 1,990 issues have been resolved and implemented by us successfully. And this matter, our ministry and our government of India is taking on a weekly basis. I would like to ensure you that the target which has been set by us in the last one by more than 1,000 towers, and more than 1,200 towers will also be erected very shortly. In Jammu Kashmir is also one of the area where we have to do this, and 100% saturation because of the resolve of Honorable Prime Minister. By next year, we will do that.
प्रश्न दूरसंचार से
This telecommunication service providers matter is raised here, and in the telecommunication services, the government, the Sanchar Sarthi app, which is there, this compulsion about this loading of that, this order has come, and the minister has given the clarification that that app can be preloaded, but after that you can disable also. That choice is there with the users. That kind of clarification has come from you. But since I myself from the computer science and software background, when the system in that preloading requirement is there, then after even disabling, all the features would be disabled or not. These users may not come to know about that. So definitely at some point, this kind of right of privacy has been attacked maybe, and the scooping questions which are being raised on that, the civil rights also activists are and the computer science experts also have raised this concern. On this, what would like to be the answer of our Minister? And Dipender ji, I congratulate you for your question, and through your question on this August House and before the people, I would like to put forward the facts. And the telecommunication area is a very big medium by which the people are connected to the world. And today in the world, we can see 1 billion users are there.
लेकिन जहां सकारात्मक
But wherever we talk about positive users, there are many such miscreants who use it in a negative manner. And it is the responsibility of the government that the citizens of the country are protected from these negative elements, and we should keep them aloof. With this thought in mind, we started the Sanchar Sathi portal in 2023, and Sanchar Sathi app was also started in 2025. Now, what is Sanchar Sathi? Sanchar Sathi is such an app on the basis of which, on the basis of people participation to save themselves from fraud, stolen mobiles, can record their stolen mobile, they can revoke it, and 20 crore hits have been there on our portals. Almost 1.5 crore apps have been downloaded. And on the basis of this, the people's participation, the software has been created by the government, and its success, its credit should go to the public, because of their use only we are successful. And today I would like to bring it on record that this app and this portal, on the basis of these two, 1.5 crore mobile connections were disconnected, which were fraudulent connections because they were reported by the public. Almost 26 lakh stolen handsets were traced. Almost 7 lakh stolen handsets were returned to the user, and 41 lakh mobile connections were disconnected. 6 lakh fraud were blocked. On the basis of these data only, we tried that each citizen should be given the choice, because the app is on the phone. That does not mean that it will operate automatically. Till the time me as the user do not register myself, the app will not be operational. And as a user, like I have the phone with me, there are many apps on my phone. If I can delete that particular app. So in a democracy, it is the right of the citizens. We have only made available this app to all the people of the country. But despite this, I would like to state this in this August House, that it is not our adamancy. The success is based on the feedback and the trial run done on the people. And if we need to bring in any change in the model also, we are ready for that also. But I would like to definitely state that on the basis of this app, there is no sloping will be done. And the government of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji is giving the right to every citizen of the country so that they can safeguard themselves. Thank you, sir.
Question number 45, Sri Dr. Amol Ram Singh Kole.
Sir, question number 45.
Honorable Minister.
Manya Adhyaksh ji.
Honorable Speaker, sir, a statement is laid on the table of the House. Honorable Member.
Dhanyawad Adhyaksh Mohoday.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. The Honorable Minister has given the reply regarding the Pune-Nasik railway line, the alignment that has been changed, and the original alignment was done by Maharashtra Rail Development Corporation. And it is important because the Nar and Ambe, our villages are agricultural and export-oriented goods are produced. And the original alignment for Chakan MIDC lane, the revenue was more than 1.5 lakh crores. And if we talk about the daily commuters, then in Bhakar area, for only 10 kilometers, it takes 2 to 3 hours. So the original alignment is very important. But the reasons which have been stated here is that of a GMRT, and it has been stated
Atomic Energy ne advise kiya ki
that Department of Atomic Energy has said that it can cause trouble to GMRT, but I would like to put forth this global case study in front of you that in the world, there are 15 such countries where radio telescope and railway coexist. And if you look at these countries, Germany, Australia, Japan, Spain, France, Poland, Finland, Canada, New Zealand, all these countries are there. So I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, sir, through you, that if it is existent in 15 countries, then in our country, where the Honorable Prime Minister Sri Modi's government is there under his leadership, why can't India also adapt the same model? And along with that, I would like to know that the National Center for Radio Astrophysics, Department of Atomic Energy, and Ministry of Railways, can they have a dedicated tri-party technical committee? Has it been evaluated by them? If yes, the committee report may please be laid on the table of the House. Honorable Speaker, sir, the honorable member has raised about the Pune-Nasik alignment of railway line. The Pune-Nasik railway alignment, which proposal was received earlier, was for Narayan-Gaon. It passed through that. And in that alignment, there is one GMRT, and it is an internationally used observatory where 31 countries contribute, and these 31 countries are using that observatory. Honorable Speaker, sir, when on technical grounds, the Department of Science and Technology and Department of Atomic Energy have clearly stated that if there is any railway line which is going passing close to GMRT, and it is an international importance project, there would be a disturbance will be caused. On the basis of that, all the state governments and with all the people's representatives, after having a holistic discussion with them, it was decided that the alignment would be such that from Nasik to Sainagar Shirdi, the DPR for double line has already been completed. Sainagar Shirdi to Purtamba Junction, the doubling of lines sanction has already been given for 240 crore rupees. From Untampa Junction to Nimbla, 80 kilometers, doubling has been completed. From Nimbla to Ahilyanagar, 6 kilometers, doubling work is going on. From Ahilyanagar to Pune, 133 kilometers, where Chakan also falls, and Chakan is an industrial state, is also covered in that line. For that, a new double line DPR is been prepared for 8,970 crore rupees. And Honorable Speaker, sir, this alternative alignment in this and the previous proposed alignment, there is a difference of time which is very less. And Sainagar Shirdi, which we all know is a very important site from our cultural heritage also. So it's a alignment. There are many benefits, and if the honorable member has any other suggestions and the report about which he's talking, we will share that, and I will look into it. That also. Thank you. Honorable member, your supplementary question, please.
Sir, जो case study.
Honorable Speaker, sir, the case study, I would like to give it to the honorable minister, but in his reply, Chakan Industrial Zone in the new alignment will be there. So Chakan Industrial Area, it is a little far away from the alignment, but I would like to know that GMRT, the Giant Meter Wave Radio Telescope, we are all proud of it. And as the honorable minister also stated, that it's an institute of international importance. But because of GMRT, Jundar and Ambegaon, in these two areas, no industrial revolution will take place, and the railway alignment also goes far from it. So I would like to know from the government through you, sir, that Junnar and Ambegaon, they're also citizens of the same country, and because of this international project, they develop their developmental deficit. How will we be able to mitigate that, and what are the attempts made by the government? And along with that, I would like to give one suggestion also, that Talegaon Urli Kanchan, which is Mumbai to Mirror track, this is a third and fourth line proposal. This project, if the local people are demonstrating against it because many houses are being uprooted, so the 12 villages and the proposed alignment that is there, they are opposing it. So I would like to request the honorable minister through you, sir, that can this alignment be rethinked so that it from the northern side, if it is moved a little north to 10-15 kilometers, so that the land acquisition of farmers be minimum, the houses should not be uprooted, and the Junnar Ambegaon development deficit that could also be mitigated. So is this a realignment? Can you rethink Chunnar, Ambegaon, Khedke? The farmers can be given any benefit? Thank you. Honorable Speaker, sir, Railway has taken a very good initiative, which is the Gati Shakti multimodal cargo terminal. And in the Gati Shakti concept, all the different modes will be connected. And under that vision, the Gati Shakti cargo terminal has a very good policy, under which already 130 Gati Shakti cargo terminals have been constructed. And as per the scheme, the same policy, the two names that you took there, industrial development, also many things can be done. And the radius of 30 to 40 kilometers, the connecting section which is to be made, that can be done under this program also. And the honorable member and the state government, they can come together, and all the rural areas wherever there's industrial development is to be done, you can have a meeting with them, and we will send railway officials also, and we'll come together as we talk of Sabka Saath Sabka Prayas. We'll come up with cumulative effects and efforts, and we'll bring in development, and we'll re-inspect it. And the other realignment project which you spoke about, the honorable member and the state government and the railway officials can talk about correcting and changing the alignment. There's no hard and fast rule. We want to work for the benefit of the people, and our honorable Prime Minister, his PMO has been renamed as Seva Tirth. So keeping that sentiment in mind, that we have to serve the people of the country, and for that, the Modi government is fully committed. We'll work forth with that only. Thank you.
Sanmanya Adhyaksha Mahoday.
Honorable Speaker, sir, the station code of Banaras from 1st December, it has been changed, and from BSBS, it has been changed to BNRS, because of which what has happened, that there's been a temporary disturbance system. The passenger reserve system is, it has been disturbed, and almost from 30th November to 1st December, that morning, havoc was created, because of which, Honorable Speaker, sir, its effect was seen on online booking, on reservation, and the chart sheets also. They were all affected, and many passengers had to face a lot of troubles. And even today, many passengers who are giving the old code, which is BSVS. So we'd like to request you that whenever you bring such change, it affects the entire system. So whenever you do such thing in the times to come, how will you go ahead with it? And the losses which has been incurred, whether any remuneration will be given or not. Honorable Speaker, sir, the question was about Pune-Nasik alignment of railway line, but the honorable member has asked about IRCTC, a station code which was changed. I will personally look into the matter, and after investigating it, whatever action is taken, I will communicate to the honorable member. Thank you.
Number 46, Sri Om Prakash Bhupal Singh Urf Pawan Raje Nimalkar. Mani Manti Mode.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, sir, a statement is laid on the table of the House.
Sri Shatabdi Rai.
Thank you, sir. Sir, given the privacy and national security risk, will the minister state whether the government has analyzed the amount of non-public and sensitive information being fed into this AI model by government employees and public agencies? What measure has the government taken to ensure safety and critical government data from being fed into these AI platforms, including potential development of surgeon AI models under the India AI mission? Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. वो sir नहीं है आपके लिए.
So this is not the SIR, just for you.
Honorable member has raised a very important point to put on record that Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's government has enacted, and this parliament has enacted, the DPDP Act, Digital Personal Data Protection Act. Before this act, there was no mechanism by which the personal data could have been protected. And because of the DPDP Act, now anybody who uses personal data of any user, any citizen of India, will basically have a protection mechanism through which consent would have to be taken, data minimization be done, the right to forget will have to be done, and the purpose will have to be very clearly defined. The act has been notified very recently on the 13th of November, and this has created a totally new regime of protection for the citizens' data, and that is the spirit with which we are working. AI apps and the AI models, they are also covered as a part of the DPDP Act.
Question number 47, Srimati Sangeeta Kumari Singh Dev. माननीय मंत्री
Honorable Minister,
जी, उत्तर सभा पढ़
sir, a statement is laid on the table of the House.
श्रीमती मालविका देवी.
नमस्कार सर, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी कि
Honorable Speaker, sir, I would like to know that in the Kalahandi district constituency, there's a Dhuapara district where the water is contaminated by fluoride, and it is causing a lot of kidney rivers. And you were talking about the 500 osmosis-based purification projects. After that, what is the effect and how many cases have gone down? Thank you.
अध्यक्ष महोदय,
Honorable Speaker, sir, the honorable member has asked a very important question, and before replying to her question, I would like to say that this experiment that we made, it is a very successful one in Orissa, and it lies testimony to the fact as to how India's atomic program is making our lives easier and healthy. And it is also important because when this program was started, then Homi Babaji's principles were questioned as to any nuclear weapons are being manufactured, and he stated in his reply, and he declared rather, that India's nuclear program is dedicated to peaceful purposes only.
proud to say that under Prime Minister Modi, today we are seeing the true vindication of Homi Baba's declaration to the world. तो भिन्न-भिन्न क्षेत्रों में जितना हम
In various sectors wherever this program has been there, be it agriculture sector,
क्या दिक्कत है? वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर है, चाहे वो कृषि का क्षेत्र है,
be it the agriculture, health, or any other sector. So when we talk about health, where the Tata Memorial Hospital has made 11 hospitals, 9 are operational, and we have made a grid that more than 300 hospitals, any facility by Tata will be there. And when we talk of health, as the honorable member asked about Kalahandi, and both there are these two districts in Orissa where this experiment was made. There were two. One was reverse osmosis, which was in Kalahandi district, and the other was ultra filtration. And its purpose is that the domestic drinking water is made potable, because the ultra filtration, the microbes and other bacteria are killed, and through reverse osmosis, the salinity and other such salts which are found in the water, which make it unsafe for drinking. So there are 2,200 such reverse osmosis equipments are there in the district, which she had mentioned. And other than that, also 3 other districts are there where, because this is domestic, and we have Khorda, Mayurbhanj and Baudh district where we are carrying out the water purification project, and the able leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, where we are opening up the nuclear sector to the private players, and no one had ever thought about it, and no one ever demanded this also. And we have taken that up. These apparatus are being put up on PPP model, and almost 40 such private partners are there who are working with us in this program. And not only this, because the honorable member from other parts of the country are also here. So I'm really happy to state and share this information that other than Orissa, West Bengal, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Assam, Karnataka, that is without any discrepancy, wherever there is the need, be it any party in government there, these apparatus have been put up. In Karnataka also, in West Bengal, the maximum number of apparatus have been put up. In Kerala also, so that as Modi ji had said that in the making of a developed India, every citizen's contribution is there and their health needs to be ensured, and the government is taking this up very seriously. Thank you.
Bala Shori Ballabh Neni.
Sir, question number 48.
माननीय मंत्री महोदय.
Honorable Minister, the statement is laid on the table of the House.
Thank you, sir. Sir, this Machilipatnam Repella railway is very important railway line, and the minister also given a very positive reply. I would like to know the honorable minister, since 2006 and 2026-27 budget, whether minister is going to including this project or not. Thank you.
Sir, honorable member has raised the question about Repale Bapatla and Machilipatnam Repale. This alignment, this is a very important alignment, as I have replied in the answer itself, because this provides a new connectivity to Machilipatnam port, and this, in a sense, directly takes the Machilipatnam cargo port towards southern India, other states of southern India. So that's why this project has been under very important priority. The DPR is under preparation, but I would also like to point out that the connectivity to Machilipatnam port via Vijayawada, that has undergone a very significant change, significant improvement. From Vijayawada to Machilipatnam, doubling has already been completed. Vijayawada to Tenali, third line is going on. Gudivada to Duggirala connectivity, that also is under survey. Repale Bapatla DPR work is going on, and Gudivada to Bhimavaram Narsapuram, that doubling has also been completed. Honorable Speaker, sir, I would also like to point out that before 2014, the combined railway budget for Andhra, Telangana, the United State of that point of time, was only 886 crore rupees. And now, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji is giving a budget of 9,417 crore to Andhra alone. So this is a huge jump in the railway requirements of Andhra Pradesh, and that is really bringing a lot of change in Andhra.
प्रश्नकाल.
Question hour is over.
माननीय सदस्यगण.
Honorable members, I have received adjournment motions from following honorable members: Shri Umesh Bhai Babu Bhai Patel, Kumari Shudha R, Srimati Pratibha Mondal, Shri Kirti Azad, Shri S. Jyotimani, Rajesh Ranjan, Gurjeet Singh Ojla, Lalji Verma, Devesh Shakya, Ziaur Rahman, Dharmendra Yadav, Anand Bhadoria, Dipender Singh Huda, Naresh Chandra Uttam Patel, Shri T.R. Balu, B. Manikam Tagore, Vijay Kumar or Vijay Vasan, K. Radhakrishnan, Professor Saugat Rai. I have declined all the adjournment motions altogether. Papers to be laid on the table of the House.
Rao Inderjeet Singh.
Speaker, sir, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers mentioned against my name at serial number 3 in today's revised list of business.
Item number 4, Dr. Jitendra Singh.
अध्यक्ष महोदय आपकी अनुमति.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay the papers mentioned against my name in today's revised list of business on serial number 4.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay the papers listed against my name as serial number 5 in today's revised list of business.
Item number 6, Sri Yasopad Yaso Naik.
Sir, I rise to lay on the table of the House the paper mentioned against my name at serial number 6 of today's revised list of business.
Item number 7, Dr. P. Chandrasekhar.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers mentioned against my name at serial number 7 in today's revised list of business. Thank you.
Item number 8, Sri Ravni Singh.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers mentioned against my name at serial number 8 in today's revised list of business.
Item number 9, Srimati Nimuben.
Speaker, sir, with your permission, I rise to lay the papers mentioned against my name on serial number 9 in today's revised list of business in Hindi and English.
Item number 10, Mahasachiv.
Sir, I have to report that Rajya Sabha has no recommendations to make to Lok Sabha in regard to the Manipur Goods and Services Tax Second Amendment Bill 2025.
Item number 11,
And sixth, reports of the Committee on Subordinative Legislation, Hindi and English versions as listed against my name in today's list of business.
item number 12, Sri P.C. Mohan.
I rise to lay two statements, Hindi and English version of Standing Committee on Social Justice and Empowerment 2025-26 as listed against my name, serial number 12 in today's list of business.
Item number 13, Srimati Nimuben.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to make a statement mentioned on serial number 13 in today's revised list of business. It is about regarding the status of implementation of recommendations contained in 32nd report of the Standing Committee on the Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution in India, a review pertaining to the Department of Food and Public Affairs, Public Distribution. Thank you.
Item number 14, Sri Kiren Rijuji.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move that this House do agree with the 11th report of the Business Advisory Committee presented to the House on 2nd December 2025.
प्रश्न ये कि सभा
is whether House agrees that this House do agree with the 11th report of the Business Advisory Committee presented to the House on 2nd December 2025. Those who are in favor say yes, those who are against say no. I think ayes have it, ayes have it, ayes have it. Motion is accepted. Proposal is accepted, sorry, 0R.
Sri Ummedaram Beniwal.
0R.
Badmer Malhotra.
Badmer, Malhotra and Jaisalmer. These are desert bordering districts. These districts are lacking health facilities and other infrastructures. I want to draw the attention of the House toward these districts. CAG of India has published a report about the health infrastructure in Rajasthan, and it pertains especially to the availability of doctors and nurses. As per Indian public health standards, there are certain services which are decided like general surgery, pediatrics, emergency services, ICU, blood bank and burn unit, etc. These even basic facilities are not available in districts hospitals of the Rajasthan. In 34 district hospitals, 12 district hospitals lack radiology services and path lab services are only partially available. In Badmer District Hospital, there is scarcity of beds, and for more than 2 years, CT scan is not being done in this hospital. Cath lab is also not working. Because of these lack of infrastructures, patients have to travel either to Jodhpur or Ahmedabad, and many of them die en route. So patients are suffering. I demand from the government that in these bordering districts of Rajasthan, basic health facilities should be provided.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. I would like to raise matter related to the installation of BSNL mobile tower in my constituency, Davangere. Bridging the digital divide and ensuring last-minute connectivity are core pillars of the Digital India mission. Yet the people of Haleshpura village, Arlikatte village and Chikkakogalur village in Changiri Taluka, Musenahalu village in Honnali Taluka, Kongana Hosuru, Olatanda village in Harpnalli Taluka of my Davangere constituency continue to face daily hardship due to absence of mobile network, despite the issue being repeatedly brought to the notice of the concerned Shimoga and Ballari Circle Office and also the Ministry of Communications. As a result, students, farmers, and small businesses are facing repeated disruptions in digital payments, online education, and telemedicine, and emergency communications, sir. Speaker, sir, I therefore urge the ministry to address the BSNL network issue at these underserved rural community. Speaker, sir, I would also like to use this opportunity to highlight affordability clause which has been imposed on BSNL for granting the third pay revision to its employees, which is due since 2017. This clause is unjust because BSNL functions primarily for national service, not commercial profit, sir. Therefore, the affordability condition should be removed and BSNL employees must be granted the third pay revision before 31st March 2026. Thank you, Speaker, sir.
Sri Darshan Singh Chaudhary.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. Today, through this August House, I want to raise an issue about Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Yojana. I want to I want to show my gratitude towards this for this scheme because it's a hope for the poor. This scheme has brought many poor families out of the trap of the poverty and ill health. Earlier, people were afraid of going to hospitals, but now people have confidence that they will get health benefits and government will bear the burden. But there are certain challenges. There are many private hospitals who are not providing proper health facilities and try to extract money from the people. There are hospitals who are selling exorbitant health packages up to 5 lakhs unnecessarily on single patients and sometime on hoax medical procedures. People are charged and forged bills are produced and unnecessary procedures are conducted, and it hampers the pocket of the poor people. Though our scheme is good, but we need to tighten the implementation and monitoring system. We need to bring a monitoring system for the hospitals, and those hospitals which are erring should be punished and their license should be cancelled. Thank you, Speaker, sir. I want to bring the attention of this August House. It is related with Mewar, and in last 10 years, the work of doubling of the lines and railway lines and electrification of railway lines are going on. But in southern part, people fog for jobs from Mewar. They go to Chennai and Bombay. If there is any occasion like any festivity, then a lot of people fog back to the Mewar. So as of now, there is only one train from Chittor to Mumbai, and that also runs on alternate days. So therefore, I demand that there should be a new train between Mumbai and Chennai. It should be started as soon as possible so that it can ease the travel of people between these two places. Thank you, Speaker, sir. Through you, I want to draw the attention of the government towards the master plan of Delhi. It has not been implemented since last 5 years. In 2021, master plan was scheduled to be implemented, and it has been 2025, but nothing has actualized on ground. In Delhi, land pooling policy is not being implemented. GDA policy is not being implemented, and therefore Delhi is expanding haphazardly and which falls in the area of Delhi that is being used for establishing this basic infrastructure, be it road, be it electricity, or any basic amenity. If Delhi has turned into a most polluted city, one of the most polluted city of the world, then it is because of these unplanned developments. And to get Delhi rid all of these things, we need to implement master plan, and we need to implement we need to bring bylaws for unauthorized colonies. These are my requests from the government. Thank you. Madam Chairperson, I have a very serious question today's issue today's. I want to draw the attention of the Honorable Minister of External Affairs. This issue is related with 61 Indian persons of Indian citizenship. They are from Rajasthan and they were sent on for foreign soil fraudulently, and we have filed for a report for this 61 people missing report. And this Russian, they were sent on Russian soils, and they were sent on border lines, front lines, to fight Sandeep Sunda, Ajay Kumar, Manajim Shekhar, and there are 61 youth like this. They were coerced into military activities, and it has been more than 3 or 4 months. There is no contact from those youth. Parents back here in India are suffering. They are in distress because they are not able to contact their kith and kins. So we requested to the ministry that but ministry did not take any action. These families have gathered on Jantar Mantar on 3rd November and 4th November, and this issue has been conveyed to the external minister via me also. As of now, I request that Indians' security should be ensured on Russian soil, and they should be brought back from the front lines, Russian front lines, to the India. And agents are cheating on youth in the name of jobs and other fraudulent activities. They are sending an Indian youth on Russian soils. They need to be checked. They need to be punished. These agents need to be punished. So through you, I request that this issue should be taken up diplomatically at highest level, and a special channel should be established to bring them back and bring them back with decency and respect. Thank you.
Mukesh Rajput ji.
धन्यवाद सभापति.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Through you, I want to draw the attention of the Honorable Railway Minister and request him that one Vande Bharat should be run from Mathura to Ayodhya, which is the city of Lord Ram, via Kasganj, Farrukhabad, Kanpur, Dehat, and Karai. This should be run so that people coming to these religious places from various parts of the India and globe, they can travel with ease. And Farrukhabad, Kasganj, such cities should also be given a Vande Bharat train. So, Madam, I want to make Honorable Minister aware through you that there are many religious places established around the Farrukhabad as well, and many people come to visit these places. There is Buddha and Neem nearby. So there are many religious places. One place is related to Bhagwan Vimalnath, who is the 13th enlightened being in the tradition of Jain, and Draupadi ji was married. This is also a place in Farrukhabad. There is a place where a fair is organized, which is a traditional fair, and people from India and foreign countries come here, and it is also termed as Ar Kashi. Farrukhabad, Kasganj, these places, Kannauj, these places have very dim railway connectivity. So if there is another train from Awadh Bihari to Bake Bihari, a new Vande Bharat train is run, then it will definitely benefit the thousands of people, and it will also benefit the nearby backward areas like Farrukhabad, Kanpur, Dehat, etc. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्री बस्तीपति नागराजू जी।
ఇన్స్పెక్టర్ స్పీకర్ మేడం, నేను ఈ సభ దృష్టికి బిఎస్ఎన్ఎల్ ఉద్యోగుల సమస్యలపై
Government BSNL is a telecom company for infrastructure for the and also backbone for the entire very good corporation for the India. It's especially in the rural country, it is providing the services. Also, it is in COVID-19, all these pandemics, it provided very good services has been provided. The almost 380 it has provided of them has lost their lives in the pandemic. Today these employees are facing many issues in this class, third class. Their demands are has been pending in from long time, and also their demands has been on deputation also in people whomsoever has been appointed as their pensions, allowances, and also salaries have been pending. Providing their allowances, all these things is completely reduced. Today, Atmanirbhar Bharat, 4G, 5G, also BharatNet programs have been taken. In these employees issues who are taken part of this has been their problems have not been solved. So I request the central government to take a decision in this immediately. First point is that third PSC has to be implemented and complete them immediately. Second thing is in pensions, we should not depend on profit and loss. They have to provide the pension. And the last one is through EOT, they have to provide CSCS rules has been 1971 has to be taken immediately. And also towards BSNL employees, it is not a process or policy, it is for the government's honor. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
राजीव भारद्वाज जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Through you, Madam, I would like to attract the attention of the Honorable Speaker for Ayush to Paprola Ayush Mahavidyalaya in my constituency. Sir, this university is a one-of-a-kind institution in Himachal Pradesh. It is covered by mountains and has a lot of herbs and shrubs around. It has been given recognition by the Ayurveda Institute, and this institution has been given a special status. 5 crore rupees has been allotted to it. Through you, I would like to attract the attention of the Honorable Minister to the fact that it must be made an institution of national importance. When our government was in Himachal Pradesh, a policy had been created and had been sent to Himachal Pradesh. There is already a proposal which has been sent for giving it the nature of national importance. Madam, through you, I would also like to highlight the fact that it works towards AIDS program, pulse polio program, and it gives importance to such national importance health matters. Towards the end, Madam, it is my request that it is given the status of a National Institute of Ayurveda status in the domain of Ayurveda. It will give incredible finance, and the quality control will be improved and research will be promoted. And in the domain of public health, Madam, it will be a great step. Through you, Madam, I would request that to the Honorable Minister for Ayush. Thank you, Madam.
सांबवी जी धन्यवाद सभापति
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. First of all, as the daughter of Bihar, I would like to draw your attention to the resounding success in Bihar. Bihar has proved that the politics of lies and of hatred will always suffice in Bihar. It is related to the future of Bihar. Atal Innovation Mission has created 10 Atal Tinkering Labs, and a new revolution has been brought about. The most important thing to notice here is that over 5,600 labs are in rural areas. And as a female representative, I would like to thank the Honorable Finance Minister that in the budget of 2025-26, 50,000 more labs shall be created. I would like to inform you, Madam, that Bihar, which is the land of knowledge, still lacks knowledge. According to the statistics, there are not many labs in Bihar, which is not a good omen for the students present over there. The students in government schools do not have adequate resources, though they do have dreams. It is my demand that Samastipur Lok Sabha is flood-ridden matter and also has a lot of rural population. It is my demand that an Atal Tinkering Lab is created over there so that the children who are deprived of so many resources are also given the opportunity to work around in the domain of research. Thank you, Madam.
डॉक्टर शिवाजी बड़प्पा जी
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would like to draw your attention to Latur, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, Peed, Barbadiya Nagar, and Sangoli to the area of Maharashtra. Because of the rain, the farmers have lost all morale and their crops have suffered major setback, as a result of which the farmers are facing extreme economic crisis. It is most unfortunate that so far in such areas, the compensation given by the Maharashtra government to such farmers is insufficient. Farmers have lost their crops to a great extent, and there is a compensation to be given to only 2 to 3 hectares per farmers, which is not sufficient. Hence, it is my request to the Honorable Minister for Agriculture that in Maharashtra, in Maharashtra, that the people who have lost their crops are able to get some compensation under the ambit of the central government. Thank you.
हरि भाई पटेल जी
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदया
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I come from Mehsana in Gujarat, and there is no service station there, because of which there is a lot of problem for visa application and they have to go to Delhi, Mumbai or Chennai, which actually leads to a lot of resource wastage and time. Therefore, I would request the Honorable Foreign Minister through this House that in my constituency, Mehsana, Uttar Gujarat, has a provision for American Visa Service Center so that in the entire belt of Uttar Gujarat, this process can be made seamless. Thank you.
चौधरी जी
Madam Speaker, মই অসমৰ
ছটা জনগোষ্ঠীয়ে যি জনজাতিকৰণৰ দাবী 70 দশকৰ পৰা কৰি আহিছে সেই বিষয়ে মই কিছু কথা ক'ব বিচাৰিছো।
I want to say something about this thing.
এই কাৰণেই যে বৰ্তমানৰ চৰকাৰখনে এই 6টা জনগোষ্ঠীক এছটিকৰণ কৰাৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত কিছু পদক্ষেপ গ্ৰহণ কৰিছে। ইয়াৰ পূৰ্বেও 2000 অসম বিধানসভাত এই 6টা জনগোষ্ঠীক জনজাতিকৰণ কৰিব লাগে বুলি সৰ্বসন্মত সিদ্ধান্ত গ্ৰহণ কৰা হৈছিল আৰু সেইমতে 2007 চনত তেতিয়াৰ প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী মাননীয় মনমোহন সিং ডাঙৰীয়াক স্মাৰকপত্ৰ প্ৰদান কৰা হৈছিল আৰু সেই স্মাৰকপত্ৰত ময়ো এগৰাকী স্বাক্ষৰকাৰী আছিলোঁ।
At the time, I was a member, and there was no step taken by the Congress government. After the BJP government has come, we have seen that in order to give it the status of SC, they have worked deliberately towards this matter. Special Internal Security Ministry has been brought into the fold and a committee has been created, according to which in Assam, a group of ministers have headed that committee, and under that committee, the government of Assam
for OBCs and measures to safeguard the interests of existing tribes of Assam. এনেধৰণে তেওঁলোকে মন্ত্ৰীগোটৰ এখন কমিটি বনাই তাত এই বিষয়ে
and after creating that committee,
অসম চৰকাৰে মন্ত্ৰীগোটৰ গ্ৰুপ অফ মিনিষ্টাৰ্ছ ফৰ্ম কৰি 2019 চনত যোৱা 30 নৱেম্বৰ তাৰিখে অসম বিধানসভাৰ এখন ৰিপৰ্ট তেওঁলোকে দাখিল কৰিছে আৰু সেই ৰিপৰ্ট অনুযায়ী তেওঁলোকে অসমৰ এই 6টা জনগোষ্ঠীক এছটি কৰিব লাগে বুলি ভাৰত চৰকাৰক তেওঁলোকে প্ৰতিবেদন প্ৰেৰণ কৰাৰ কাৰণে প্ৰচেষ্টা চলাইছে। এটা আমাৰ
they have given a request for that proposal. It is a request that their demand Janagadana under the Assam government may be taken into consideration, and at the earliest it is the request for Janagoshti is taken up, and we hope that the Modi government shall take step in this direction, and that is a bill which is presented in the forthcoming budget, and we hope that this matter can be taken up at the earliest, and we hope that for public benefit in Assam, it is our request that this work can be taken up at the earliest. Thank you.
मैं आपके माध्यम से बिहार
Madam Chairperson, through you, I would like to highlight the problems of Bihar farmers, and I would like to bring it to the consideration of the government. The central government has worked and worked with the Bihar for agriculture and for food processing, because of which the production of rice is suffering. In 2011-12, the rule was created by the central government, and it has been 14 years since that law has come in, yet it is not being fulfilled. It is relied on MSP, and in the last 14 years, the government decides the MSP, but the rice production committees are getting about 2.5% on the MSP, because of which these committees are actually undergoing a loss. It is my request to the Honorable Minister that the committees related to rice purchase are given the mandate to change this to 5%, and along with that, for the in the domain of storage as well, then the amount must be increased by 10%. And in the production and processing of rice, it is increased by rupees 10, and according to the inflation, it is increased accordingly, because this is also going as per the rate given in the year 2011 and 12.
न्यूनतम नुकसान राशि का भुगतान
The farmers are suffering, and because of which the amount should be increased per quintal, because it is most important for the farmers of Bihar and they are going through immense economic loss. Thank you.
Sri Selva Ganpati ji.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chairperson. The various parts of Tamil Nadu, especially the Delta region of our state, have experienced heavy rain, which has devastated the normal life of the farmers, madam. Because of this heavy rain, the moisture content of the paddy grown by our farmers have abnormally raised, rendering them not to be procured, which has come to a standstill. Therefore, Madam Chairperson, our dynamic leader, the Dravidian leader of our state, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, had written to the Prime Minister to increase the permissible moisture content for paddy procurement from 17% to 22%, highlighting the plight of the poor farmers. In fact, 3 central teams have visited various parts of Tamil Nadu and collected samples, which the people have established that the moisture content is more because of the rain, incessant rain. They've collected samples and they left. But unfortunately, this vengeful and anti-farmers government have rejected the request to increase the permissible moisture content for paddy procurement. Madam, because of which the livelihood of our farmers have been thrown out of gear. In fact, I recall that on several occasions in the past, when the union government accepted the request to increase the moisture content, but whereas the Deaf Air Union government rejected the proposal on various issues, including the metro rail project, which was due to Madurai and Coimbatore, was blatantly rejected by this government, betraying the people of Tamil Nadu. It's not only this, madam, the funds for education department have been stopped. The Narega funds have been reduced. The rail project have been forestalled. Now the farmers are betrayed. They are not betraying the DMK government, but they are betraying the people of Tamil Nadu. I say, government, the Kharif procurement is also still underway. And the Northeast monsoon will intensify again.
Dhanyavad.
1 minute, madam. I, on behalf of the DMK, urge upon this union government to order for relaxation of moisture RAM. Otherwise, the farmers will be rendered, their livelihood will be rendered absolutely bad. Thank you, madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्री प्रवीण पटेल जी.
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chairperson. I would like to draw your attention to the lakhs of those teachers who in the entire country, be it from the opposition or from the governing party. In great quantity, these teachers and these educators are going to political leaders and the with sir, have you changed the topic? You must improve, you must inform. All the teachers are going to public representatives, and it is their demand that, according to the verdict by the Honorable Supreme Court, all the primary teachers must get TT. Whereas when they were appointed, be it 25 years ago, 30 years ago, or 20 years ago, in the recruitment advertisement, there was no provision in this. And if this verdict is now applicable, there are many teachers who are facing great problems. I demand from the government that, keeping the future of these lakhs of teachers in mind, the law which was kept in mind in 2009, then they must be given TT now. And the ones who have been appointed before 2009, it is requested that the social problems that they are facing, it must be for their benefit. Honorable Madam Chairperson, because all the teachers are approaching the political leaders, they had also conducted a rally in the past, and this problem is only understandable. It is not as per consonance to the plight of the teachers. Hence, it is my request that their demand is adhered to, that their plea is adhered to, and that a new law must be brought in, and the teachers who were appointed before 2009 may be exempted.
Honorable Member Sri Ajay Bhatt. Honorable Chairperson, Madam, I am grateful that you have given me opportunity to raise a matter concerning the interest of urgent public interest. Through you, I would like to draw your attention towards the mountainous districts of Uttarakhand towards horticulture efforts being made by the state. In Ramgarh, 8 acres of land has been used to develop a hearty tourism, and the aim of this project is to attract the tourists towards horticulture and provide them an experiential tourism experience. And towards this, new training centers and the local products are being displayed in that that horticulture region, and this will not only increase the tourism and it will also provide employment opportunities to the youth, local youth. And through you, I request the government that this initiative may be further promoted and funds be allocated for this purpose. And these funds should be provided to all the mountainous states so that the horticulture tourism may develop in these states and provide employment opportunities. Honorable Member Sri Malvinder Singh Kang ji. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Madam. I would like to attract the attention of the government towards a very important issue. In recent times, the Punjab has seen a great deluge, and about 2,500 villages were badly affected. More than 5 lakh acres of standing crops were completely destroyed. And the the biggest problem is being faced by the border districts, and these are the district where the people were standing by the army of the country during the Operation Sindoor. And it's been about 2 months. Honorable Prime Minister also visited those affected areas, and many of the ministers also visited those areas. But those 6 districts remain deprived of any kind of relief and funds. Honorable Chairperson, Madam, the governments of Haryana and Rajasthan have been demanding water from Punjab, but those governments are also during this time of distress, they did not help the people of Punjab, and people of Punjab were left on the mercy of the nature. Through you, I request Honorable Prime Minister that when there was an election in Bihar, you were offering money to the people, and on the other hand, and the Punjab, which plays important role in fulfilling the food requirement of the country, and during the time of distress, you did not pay attention to that state. I demand from the government that the government should pay attention to these issues and announce a special package of 50,000 crore rupees so that the people who are staying close to border can be rehabilitated. Honorable Member Srimati Harsimrat Kaur Ji.
Shukriya, Madam.
Thank you, Chairperson, Madam. The last speaker who raised the matter of Punjab deluge, I would also like to bring the same matter in front of this house. During the September month, the Punjab has seen a great deluge, and 2,300 villages were completely destroyed, and about 5 lakh acres of land have been destroyed, and crops have been destroyed. The rivers were overflowing. It is a matter of discussion that the dam was not properly controlled, and how much amount of nature was involved and how much amount of human error was involved in this deluge. But about 10 lakh acre standing crops were destroyed, and 5 lakh acres of land has been affected, and the water which has gone back, still the silt which remains will affect the crops in the future. And those lands were so fertile. Now this river Beas has left those land unfertile. Through you, I would like to ask that the central government says that the 12,500 crore rupees is held by the state disaster relief fund, and the state government is saying that they have received only 1,500 crore rupees. Now the Prime Minister has announced a relief package of 1,600 crore rupees, which is minuscule, and it is not going to help. And this small amount, also the government of Punjab is saying that they have not received. The central government is saying that the state government has 12,500 crore rupees, but the state is denying. People are homeless. There are no schools and hospitals at present. And how this issue between the state and center will be resolved? Who will solve the problems of the common people? Who will provide them food? Why the central government is not paying attention to this important issue? Through you, I am requesting it to central government. Honorable Member Sri Anurag Sharma Ji. thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Madam. Through you, I would like to attract the attention of the government towards the Viksit Bharat 2047 objective of the country. And without participation of women, it is hard to imagine Viksit Bharat 2047. And there are about 90 lakh women in Uttar Pradesh are connected to self-help groups. I belong to Bundelkhand, and there about 12 lakh women are connected to the self-help groups from various districts. And these women are working very hard. Our area has millet cultivation and food processing industries, and we are doing good in these sectors. They are working in the field of spices, achar, and soft toys, and chanderi saris. There is a peculiar problem being faced by the self-help groups. The cash credit limits is not being provided by banks, and 6,200 self-help groups have applied, and only 3,900 self-help groups have not received cash credit. Through you, I request the government that these women which are connected to NLRM and self-help groups be provided with due credits by the banks. Otherwise, they have to borrow from money lenders, and which is destroying SHGs. I'm talking about skill development also. They are supposed to be provided with skill development programs, especially in Bundelkhand, where the women have access to internet, and though they are using these means, but to a very limited extent. So through you, I request the government, I have few demands to put forward, and I request the government to take serious concern. The first is that the loans be granted in a time-bound manner. Second is in Bundelkhand has millets, spices, dairy, handicraft, food processing, and textile industries, and for branding and digital training on these sectors, and technical assistance may be provided to these people. The third is they should be provided security and insurance coverage, and they should also be registered through employment cards, so that they can avail the benefits of insurance and other benefits. Thank you, Madam.
Today, I would like to speak on the most neglected issue, that is inclusion of Boya Valmiki community in the ST list. Our inscriptions talk about these mighty hunters, and their sole occupation was hunting, and now it is procurement of forest products and also agriculture. They are financially, economically, and educationally backward. Ma'am, to remind us that these people were included in Criminal Tribal Act in 1871 out of stigma. And also in 1961, Deputy Registrar General of India has also mentioned that Boya community should be included in the ST list. And during 2017, under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Legislative Assembly, Council, and also Commission has passed a resolution unanimously to include them in ST list. Ma'am, when the neighboring states, because the previous YCP government, they have promised it and used them for political gains, and also it was a political gimmick they've paid. And when the neighboring states such as Karnataka enjoys ST status, while the other states and parts of few places enjoy SC status. Why can't state of Andhra Pradesh enjoy this status? Because they are very backward community and are suffering in day-to-day life. And also, ma'am, I would request the government to introduce a bill and do justice, as this is not political. It is a matter of justice and also constitution equality. And I request the ministry and government to kindly do justice to this community. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्यगण,
Honorable members, I am calling the members from the names of the members who were selected for 0 hour on 1st and 2nd December. Honorable member Sri Gaurav Gogoi ji.
To pay tribute to one of the greatest sons of our mother Assam, Ohome Ai, late Zubin Garg. Late Zubin Garg was a legendary musician. Honorable Madam Chairperson, I stand in the Parliament of India to pay tribute to one of our greatest sons of our mother Assam, Ohome Ai, late Zubin Garg. Zubin passed away in Singapore on 19 September when he was due to perform at a function organized by the Government of India, Ministry of External Affairs, and the High Commission of India to Singapore. Zubin was an artist, humanitarian, environmentalist, wildlife lover, and a voracious reader of books. During the 80s and 90s, he gave the people of Assam hope. And in recent years, he gave us moral courage and steel in our spine. He taught us how to overcome personal trauma and not be divided by religion and caste. Truly, Assam meant tea, oil, rhinoceros, and Zubin Garg. He showed us a vision of Borokham that is free from hate, fear, suspicion, and mistrust. Zubin will always be our Kanchanjunga. Today, the people of Assam miss him terribly. We want justice for Zubin Garg. The state government of Assam says that it was a murder. Then we want to know that how, during a program organized by the government of India, a murder was committed on foreign soil. We want justice for Zubin Garg, and we request the government of India to give the highest civilian honor to late Zubin Garg. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्री सप्तगिरी शंकर उलाका जी.
Honorable member Sri Saptagiri Shankar Ulaka ji.
A very important issue for my constituency, the Raigada Rail Division. It was announced way back around 8 years back, and only last year the inauguration was done by Honorable Prime Minister to set up the Raigada Rail Division. But ma'am, unfortunately, the non-notification of the railway division is causing serious problems. All decisions are taken remotely from Visakhapatnam. Even the divisional review meeting, it happened in Walter Division, and there was no divisional review meeting for Raigada Rail Division. There is no divisional control office, no local operating, engineering, mechanical, electrical, or S&T setup. There are no coaching depot, pit line, wash shed, stabling line, or wagon examination facility, because of which the new trains can't be started from this particular location. And for any new train, always they say that you need this loco pit line, and washing shed, etc. Madam, through you, I would like to demand the Honorable Rail Minister, the Raigada Rail Division should be notified immediately and causing serious operational problems. And we want to set up the DRM office with full departments, the operating, engineering, S&T, mechanical, electrical, etc. Establish the control unit, wash shed, stabling lines, CNW depot, S&T, electrical maintenance facilities, a new daytime train from Koraput to Bhubaneswar via Raigada. This is a demand of the people. And we want to extend the Vande Bharat train from Bhubaneswar to Visakhapatnam to Koraput, so that the people from Koraput and Raigada can avail the Vande. Thank you, ma'am.
माननीय सदस्य
Honorable member Sri D.M. Kathir Anand ji.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. Speaker, madam. I rise to expose the glaring neglect and inaction by the union government regarding the Vellore Airport at Abdullapuram. Well, even though on ground works have already largely been completed, yet no commercial flights, no license, no operational clearance has been granted, madam. Madam, the Vellore Airport was taken up under the Central Udan scheme with an estimate of 65 crores. Renovation has been underway since 2017. Terminal building, runway, taxiway, basic infrastructure works have been completely finished. In September 2023, the airport officials announced that
initial signal test and runway lights testing were successfully completed. Moreover, the Prime Minister, during the recent campaign, he landed his plane in the Vellore airport for the campaign purposes, Madam. Madam, Vellore is a major medical and educational industrial hub. The lack of a functional airport continues to deprive the region of emergency connectivity. Madam, this cannot be dismissed as a delay. It is a deliberate discrimination against the key region of Tamil Nadu. Therefore, I demand, without further delay, that Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation form a committee along with the Member of Parliament and the MLAs to visit the airport and check what is happening there. Issue a aerodrome license for Vellore Airport immediately based on the completed infrastructure and successful test. Announce the commencement of commercial flight operation without any procedural delay. Provide a clear timetable with a definite date for opening, non-vague promises. Assure that this government will no longer treat vital infrastructure projects for Tamil Nadu as a second priority. Madam, completing, Madam. Madam, Vellore is deprived of central funds. Madam, for so many times I've been asking for the Katpadi railway junction, the second bridge, but still it has not been completed. I want to bring it to the August House notice, Madam. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य
Thank you, Chairperson, Madam. Thank you for giving the time. In my Lok Sabha constituency, there's a place called Fatehpur, which belongs to the Sikar district, and it's a big city only next to Sikar. Through you, I request that central school must be established there, and there's a agriculture science center, there's an agriculture college, there's a farm as well, and the people, those who are working there, central government employees, and apart from them, the children from the farmers and from the SC/ST communities, from the minorities, so that they can reap the benefit of education from central school. And currently the central schools that we have, it is only in Sikar. So through you, I have a request, and I request from Honorable Education Minister as well, that in Fatehpur, from Sikar and from Junjunu Lok Sabha constituency, one central school should be established there, so that people, those who are in need, they can reap the benefits of education. Thank you, Honorable Member. Chairperson, Madam, I thank you so much for giving me the time. Chandigarh is a union territory, and it is under the central government. Apparently, there are a few important issues related to the people in Chandigarh, and they are pending for last 25 years. And I would like to put these issues in front of you and in this August House. The ownership rights, when we talk about it, and the share-wise sale of the property, there's an illegal imposition and opposition to it. People, those who are living in the relief colonies, their ownership right is pending for last 25 years, and villages on which Chandigarh has been established, the Lal Dora problem is still existing there. And when we talk about the Chandigarh Housing Board houses, even this issue is pending for last 2 decades. Similarly, we have more issues like cooperative and group housing societies, which are pending since long. And through you, I would like to request the government perhaps on 12th of December, there is a meeting that has been decided by the Ministry of Home Affairs, and I request that the pendency of these issues should be looked into so that people get some relief. Thank you so much.
माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती कृष्णा देवी शिवशंकर पटेल जी।
बोल ही रही
अध्यक्ष महोदय,
Madam Chairperson, through you, I would like to attract the attention of this House to the problems of farmers of my constituency. This time, because of incessant rain, the crops have been destroyed, and there was huge waterlogging in the farms, because of which 40 to 60% of the crops were lost, and the financial burden is being seen by the farmers, and the cultivation has become more expensive, and the problem is also being seen regarding the MSP of the crop. And in this situation, the farmers need help, and that too urgently. And I request that there should be proper compensation, and the crop insurance scheme under that the crop should be paid for, and for the governmental procurement, and it should also be seen properly. There should be no decrease in that, and the farmer should also be given the MSP, and the centers for that should also be increased, and the interest free debt and other relief measures should also be provided to the farmers. They provide us with the food, and their loss, and we need to support them, and we need to help them with this loss. Thank you so much.
माननीय सदस्य श्री मलैया रासन डीजी, माननीय सदस्य श्री डॉक्टर रिंकी एड्यू जी, माननीय सदस्य श्री वामसी कृष्णा, माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती कमलजीत सहरावत जी, माननीय सदस्य डॉक्टर कलानिधि वी स्वामी जी।
This opportunity, madam. Madam, I have been repeatedly asking for the last 5 years for a Kendra Vidyalaya school in my constituency, madam. This government had stated that a Kendra Vidyalaya school will be made available in each and every parliamentary constituency. But sadly, I have been asking for this, and the Honorable Railway Minister is also over here. Sir, Railway Minister, sir, one small request, sir. The Kendra Vidyalaya school, the railway has, through the speaker, I would like you also to be aware about what I'm asking, sir. Sir, we have asked for land from the railway where they have abundance of land in Chennai, sir, in my North Chennai constituency. And when I spoke to the general manager of railways, they are willing to hand it over. But the complications are between the railway ministry and the education ministry, the Kendra Vidyalaya. To hand over the land is becoming a very challenging issue, sir. Unless these two ministries cooperate with each other, it is impossible for the development of this Kendra Vidyalaya school. And if you look at North Chennai constituency, it's socially, economically a very backward area, sir, where there are plenty of people, laborers who are living there, and especially people from the railways and from central government staff, plenty of them are living in the North Chennai constituency, where they will be benefited if a Kendriya Vidyalaya school is built at the earliest. I hope that, madam, through you, both these ministries will work together and make the dream of my constituency people a reality in the near future, madam. Thank you very much.
माननीय सदस्य प्रोफेसर सौगत राय जी, माननीय सदस्य श्री भरत कुतकुमिल्ली जी, माननीय सदस्य नीलेश ज्ञानदेव जी, माननीय सदस्य श्री योगेश चंदोलिया जी,
धन्यवाद.
Honorable Chairperson, Madam, thank you. And through this 0 hour, I would like to draw your attention towards Delhi, and Delhi is the capital of India. In last 26 years in Delhi, the governments from Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, and because of these parties, the health facilities were not up to the mark. And the topic that I want to raise, so the sisters, our sisters and women, mothers from Delhi, and when we talk about premature delivery, So they sometimes they go to the private hospitals for the treatment, those who can afford it. But there are so many cases where we see the loss of lives, and through you, I have a request from Honorable Minister for Health, Mr. Nadda ji, that Lady Harding, Kalavati, Safdarjung, RML, and in AIMS, there should be a separate block so that people from the downtrodden sections get some welfare, and the Delhi government should also be issued a guideline from here so that children born out of premature delivery, their lives can be saved. And through you, I want to put forward this request. Thank you for listening to me and giving the time. Thank you.
श्रीमती माननीय सदस्य सयानी घोष जी।
धन्यवाद आपने
Thank you, ma'am, that you gave me the opportunity to speak. Ma'am, there's a flagship program called Dwari Bagh, which was launched in December 2020, and its literal translation is that the government at your doorstep.
Deliver government services and the welfare schemes directly to the people, including senior citizens, persons with disabilities, transgender person, prisoner, and the poor and the marginalized group, through outreach camps organized at the Gram Panchayat and municipal ward levels. Madam, ये program अगर
Madam, this program, if we see, for example, let's say PM Awas Yojana or Manrega, for this, for the assistance for the public welfare, if we can issue through the booth level the same way in which Mamata Banerjee has done, I think it would be good for everyone. And people, those who are not able to travel to the administrative offices, and those who are not able to meet these officers, and for their welfare, for their benefit, if we can take the government to their doorstep and if we can provide these facilities, then I think it would be good for everyone and it would be good for public welfare. I request the government through you that they take cognizance of this. For example, when we talk about passion, this project will be good. Thank you, ma'am.
माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती कृति देवी देव बर्मन जी। माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती के कनिमोजी जी।
Thank you, ma'am. 5 workers, Indian citizens from Thoothukudi and Tenkasi districts, Mr. Ponnudurai, Pudiyavan, Pechi Muthu, Eseki Raja and Talapati Suresh were working for 6 months in Mali in an electrical company. On November 6, 2025, the workers were kidnapped from their camp by terrorists and taken away. Till now, we have no information about what has happened to them, and the families are really worried. They don't know if those people are alive or what has happened to them. I urge the government to take necessary steps to save them and bring them back to India and to their families. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्री मनीष जायसवाल जी। माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती भारती पारधी जी।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष।
Thank you, Chairperson, Madam. In this house and through you, the pumpkin is grown and it is quite sweet and it is of high quality, and due to its pulp, it has its own prestige. And in other districts, the weight is only 100 to 150 gram. And when we talk about Sivli, the smallest is also of 200 gram. It is completely natural and there's no fertilizer which is used. Nepal, Qatar, Netherlands, Dubai, and Saudi Arabia, they have its demand, and under the mission, the fruit processing unit, FPO, has been established for the same. And through you, I would like to request the Ministry of Commerce and Industry that this custard apple gets the GI tag so that our farmers and our industrialists, they get some recognition and the economy can become better. Thank you.
आपने मुझे
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, that you gave me an opportunity to speak. Through you, I would like to attract the attention, draw the attention of Honorable Railway Minister regarding the Amrit station. Ma'am, in my constituency, in two districts, the work is going on for the Amrit station. Thank you so much. I would like to thank the Government of India and Honorable Minister, but the manufacturing company that is working there, it is not up to the mark, and the walls have cracked that have been made by them. The floor has also been cracked, and water is dripping through the roofs. And Madam Chairperson, I would like to request through you that the work that is being done by Ericon Limited, it is not up to the mark, and Railway is well known for its good and robust work, and this should be looked into, it should be investigated, and this kind of work, construction work, should be looked into. There should be a recovery, and the contractors should also face some action. Thank you so much, Chairperson Madam, that you gave me the time to speak. Thank you.
घोष जी नहीं है ना? माननीय सदस्य श्री जगदम्बा पाल जी।
सभापति महोदय।
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, that you have allowed me to speak on matters of public importance. Through you, I would like to draw the attention of Honorable Railway Minister that our Indian Railways has expanded in the country, and this connectivity towards Nepal and now this is the gateway of entire Nepal, and you have agreed that Nepal, Kathmandu, Pokhara, Butwal, so the friendship and the camaraderie that we share with them, and the economy of Nepal, and the relation that we have with Nepal when we talk about metropolitan cities in India, Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai, Kolkata. And through you, I would like to talk about this, and it's not only about India, it's about Nepal, the connectivity, tourism related to it. And when we look at it from the trade aspect, from the no man's land, for the 4 metropolitan cities, I demand for the train.
Advocate Gowal Kangra ji।
मैं इस सदन को
I would like to remind this House that in the census of 1931, when the country was under the British regime, so when we talked about the ST people, and this category was categorized with all the religions like Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Parsis. At that census, more than 82,000 STs were given a different category, and their spiritual and cultural reach is not considered with other religion. And in another order in 1950, it was said, when we talk about DOPT and according to its guidelines, it is against its spirit as well, which says that the situation of the STs and the scheduled tribe is different from the religion. When in 2011,
in Madhya Pradesh, like the Gonds, have distinct customary and religious practices. Their customary laws govern their social life and not the codified laws. In 2020 also, the Supreme Court made an observation regarding separate Sarna religious code for the Adivasis. The union government has acknowledged in affidavits that many tribals don't identify as Hindu, but as Sarna followers of traditional animists. In 2021, the Orissa High Court also confirmed and requested the government to adopt a separate Sarna religion for the census and tribal faith. मैं सरकार से ये मांग रखना चाहता हूँ कि census हो या
this is my demand from the government that in the tribal areas, in the tribal people should be recognized in all the documents so that their recognition cannot be ignored. And this is my demand through you, madam, that the tribal people should be respected and they should be given due importance as per the culture.
धन्यवाद सभापति जी। सभापति जी, मैं आप
Thank you, Chairperson, Madam.
सवाल दोहराना चाहना है, इस कत्ल हो रहे ने बेगुनाह
Madam, this time in Punjab, there are so many problems and innocent people are being killed and they are earning their bread and butter, and the gangsters who are sitting in the jails and they are making these people murdered, and inquiry should be started against these the gangsters, and so many killings are taking place, and even the youth is also being misused for this work. A sitting judge inquiry should be started how these gangsters have been established, and if there are these some gangsters or some groups, they are being misused by some political parties. Also, Akali Dal party has given the ticket to such gangster gangsters, people who are related to these gangsters and groups, and there should be an inquiry under the chairmanship of a sitting judge so that the law and order may be ensured there. Madam, the people are running towards abroad and many of them don't want to return because the law and order is not good in our state. Who will take the responsibility of the security of the people?
नहीं रावत जी भी नहीं।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam, as we all know that Wheel tribal group is one of the biggest groups, and either it is the Battle of Haldi or any other such incident, Bhil community has been there in the main line in all these movements, and they are more than 3 crores. Madam, during some last time, central government has started many such important policies. I would like to draw the attention of government through you. The government of led by Modi ji, there are some they have done a lot of work through some policies. And if we talk about education in Northeast and Telangana, they have opened one central universities, and more than 3.5 crore people of Bhil community are living here, and there is not any central tribal university. So I request that such a university should be opened as they have opened in other area. So the tribal university should be set up. It can be established through 275(1). Madam, I want to say that the tribal community comes under Hindu religion. So I object to other things which have been misspread against them.
माइक चालू हो जाएगा, हो गया
respected chairperson,
মাননীয় সভাপতি, আমি আপনার দৃষ্টি আকর্ষণ করতে চাইছি মালদা এয়ারপোর্টের বিষয়ে। ভারতের যে এয়ারপোর্ট অথরিটি অফ ইন্ডিয়া, সেখানে কলকাতা থেকে ডাইরেক্ট ফ্লাইট আগে ছিল, এবং বাংলাদেশ ওয়ারের সময় ৭২-এ গনি খান চৌধুরী যে প্রয়াস চালিয়েছিলেন, এবং সেটা 89 পর্যন্ত সেটা চলছিল। 89 পর্যন্ত সেই বিমান সেখানে বন্দরটা চালু ছিল, এবং প্রায় ৩০ বছরের জন্য অনেক জমি সেখানে লিজে নেওয়া হয়েছিল। এবং সিভিল এভিয়েশন যে মন্ত্রক, বিমান চলাচল, নাগরিক বিমান চলাচল মন্ত্রক, সেই তারা তারা সেখানে কেন্দ্রীয় পরিষেবার গ্যারান্টি দিয়েছিল এবং বিভিন্ন যে সমস্ত সহায়তা দরকার সেগুলোর উপর প্রতিশ্রুতি দেওয়া ছিল, কিন্তু এখন অনেক দিন হয়ে গেছে। সেখানে এমওইউ সাইন হয়েছিল কেন্দ্র এবং রাজ্য সরকারের মধ্যে, এবং এবং এই অত্যন্ত প্রয়োজনীয় বিষয়ের জন্য আপনাদের দৃষ্টি দেওয়া উচিত, কারণ উত্তর এবং দক্ষিণ বেঙ্গলের মধ্যে মালদা একটা অত্যন্ত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ স্থান এবং সেখানকার পর্যটন এবং আঞ্চলিক যে সংযোগ ব্যবস্থা সেটার জন্য অবিলম্বে আমি চাইবো যে এই বিষয়ে হস্তক্ষেপ করে সরকার কোনো উপযুক্ত ব্যবস্থা নিক যাতে সেখানকার মালদার জনগণের উপকার হতে পারে। ধন্যবাদ। মাননীয় সদস্য শ্রী রাহুল কাসোবা মহাশয়, মাননীয় মহাশয়া, আপনার মাধ্যমে আমি একটি গুরুত্বপূর্ণ বিষয়ে দৃষ্টি আকর্ষণ করতে চাই। আমাদের দেশে যে কিষাণ ক্রেডিট কার্ড রয়েছে তার লিমিট হচ্ছে প্রতি হেক্টরে 3 লক্ষ রুপিয়া এবং ফসল দেওয়া হয়ে থাকে, কিন্তু 25-26 বাজেটে এই সীমাকে 3 লক্ষ থেকে 5 লক্ষ টাকা পর্যন্ত ঘোষণা করেছে। আমি এই ঘোষণার এখন পর্যন্ত মন্ত্রক হয়নি, কোনো মন্ত্রক থেকে এখন পর্যন্ত 3 লক্ষ থেকে যে 5 লক্ষ টাকার লিমিট বাড়ানো হয়েছে সেটা ব্যাংক এখনো মানছে না। আমি আপনার কাছে অনুরোধ করতে চাইছি তৃতীয় কোয়ার্টারে আসার পরেও যেটা প্রতি হেক্টরে যারা সুবিধাভোগী তাদেরকে 5 লক্ষ টাকা পাওয়া উচিত ছিল, এখন তারা পাওনি। আমি সেই অঞ্চল থেকে আসি, এমএসপির উপরে সেটা বাড়ানো হয়েছে, কিন্তু ফসল বোনার যে ইনপুট কস্ট সেটা অনেক সেটা বাড়িয়ে 10 লক্ষ টাকা
किए हुए वादे को 3-3 महीने आप थर्ड क्वार्टर तक ही पूरा नहीं कर पाएंगे। इसके ऊपर गवर्नमेंट सीरियसली इंटरवीन करके 3 लाख की लिमिट।
रविंद्र नारायण बेहरा जी।
Good afternoon, Adhyaksh ji. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to put my views after a long time on 0 hours. My question to Honorable Minister of Electronics and IT. Will the Minister of Electronics and IT may please be state that what steps have been taken by Government of Odisha Computer Application Center or National Informatics Center or STPI and any other agencies for implementation of artificial intelligence for improving governance in the state? Is there any specialized AI-driven application developed and implemented in the area of agriculture and grievance redressal system? धन्यवाद, नमस्ते।
सदस्य श्री ब्रजमोहन अग्रवाल जी। माननीय सदस्य डॉक्टर शर्मिला सरकार जी।
Thank you, Madam, for giving me the opportunity to speak on current status of AIIMS Kalani of West Bengal. When the AIIMS at Kalani was approved in October 2015, it was hoped that it would provide state-of-the-art healthcare to the people of Bengal and function as a viable alternative to AIIMS Delhi. However, 10 years down the lane, critical operational deficiencies have severely crippled its functioning. Out of a total 309 sanctioned faculty posts in 2025-26, 139 posts are vacant, that is 45% vacancy. Similarly, out of 2,221 non-faculty sanctioned posts, 55% of the seats are vacant. These manpower shortages gravely compromise patient services, teaching, and researches. AIIMS Kalani was envisaged as a 960-bedded hospital with all modern facilities, yet currently only 568 beds are operational, and critical care is also crippled with only 16 functional beds in trauma and emergency services, and not a single ventilated ambulance is available there. These shortfalls are causing immense hardship to patients with a waiting period of 6 to 12 months or more to get an operation date. The staff shortages also impose disproportionate workload and mental pressure on the existing staff. Hence, I urge the government to urgently intervene to ensure that AIMS Kalyani delivers its promise of delivering affordable, accessible, and advanced healthcare without any further delays. Thank you, Madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्री प्रताप चंद्र सड़ंगी जी। माइक चालू हो।
Namaskar, madam. I thank you for giving me this opportunity and to raise the question in 0 hour. I rise to draw the attention of this House to a matter of significant national importance. The long pending revitalization of the historic East Coast Canal is a critical waterway that has the potential to transform connectivity, logistics, efficiency, and economic growth across our eastern coastal belt. The canal, originally conceptualized during the 19th century and further mapped under the National Waterways Act 2016, forms a vital stretch of National Waterway 5, connecting West Bengal and Odisha through an integrated network of rivers and tidal channels. As per Inland Waterways Authority of India assessments, this alignment can decongest highways, reduce carbon emissions, and enable cost-effective movement of minerals, agricultural produce, and coastal cargo. However, despite its strategic value, the canal remains underdeveloped. This situation has arisen because persistent siltation has rendered major stretches non-navigable and has been delayed by issues such as low initial viability, land acquisition hurdles, high capital requirements for dredging, embankment strengthening, and the need for multiple environmental and CRZ clearance. The vision of Purvodaya, as articulated by the Honorable Prime Minister, can be realized if the East Coast Canal is fully developed and integrated into a broader connectivity framework of the eastern region in a timely manner. This will further strengthen the MSME ecosystem by providing them with a cost-efficient logistics corridor. I have approached the minister time and again with letters and personally discussed with him, but it has not been materialized. I therefore urge the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways to expedite all remaining approvals, inter-agency clearances, and project implementation process to ensure the timely realization of the East Coast Canal, which was also a part of our election manifesto. Namaskar.
माननीय सदस्य श्री धर्मेंद्र यादव जी।
धन्यवाद सभा।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam, Ma'am, I start from UP and Bihar, Bengal, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and in many other countries. There is a fake cup syrup and there is a racket of diluted cup syrup in this area. Madam, the Raja Anand Jyoti Singh ji died due to the use of this cup syrup, and his wife Bharti Singh ji said that she tried a lot to lodge FIR, but no FIR was lodged. When this matter came out through media, then our leader Akhilesh Yadav ji through press conference and he tweeted, then the police of Banaras started some action. Madam, the matter is that in the eastern part of UP, especially in Banaras, Jaunpur, Chandoli, Azamgarh and Bhadohi, there is a racket of this duplicate cup syrup, and Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Bengal, and in other countries like Bangladesh and South Africa, this cup syrup has been supplied and hundreds of children died due to this. And madam, this is a matter of surprise that when Bharti Singh tries to lodge an FIR, when she complains that police doesn't pay attention to it and you are operating bulldozers in the state. Madam, you yourself are female, you can understand the pain of the children, and madam, this is the condition And if we talk about Banaras, this is the constituency of Honorable Prime Minister, and 4 to 5 rounds are taken by Honorable Chief Minister also, and a particular caste is indulged in the mafia activities, and more than 2,000 crore rupees are involved. And madam, this is not the matter of money or money only, and when the the children are died due to such cough syrup, what will happen to such people? And they are very insensitive, they are not paying any attention to them, they just want to earn money. Madam, I want to draw the attention of honorable minister also, you can start the investigation, the whole racket is involved it, and the mafias are involved in it, and they have gifted costly cars also. I can give the name and the model of the car, and it has not been shown under income tax, and there is a racket. Please place your demand. Madam, through you, I would like to raise this demand, and strict action should be taken against these people who are involved in this racket.
माननीय सदस्य श्री रंग अप्पा बरने जी।
मान्य सभापति महोदय,
Thank you, Chairperson, Madam. Madam, I would like to draw your attention. Pune to Bangalore National Highway 48. From Katras Tunnel to Nauli Bridge, it connects, and due to this ramp, there accidents take place there. And one accident took place on 13 November. 8 people lost their lives, and 22 people got injured. On this Nauli Bridge, more than 100 people have lost their lives. And through you, I would like to request the government, the safety audit should be conducted there, and this ramp should be improved, and a service road should be constructed there. Many people will not lose their lives, and Nole Bridge should be given preference, and it should be declared as accident prone area. And since this is a national highway area, and so many trucks also pass by this area, and that is why so many accidents take place. So this is my demand, that the people who are losing their lives, this is important, and it should not happen in future, madam.
जी
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam, through you, I would like to say about the service security of T2. Madam, if we talk about the livelihood of the teachers and their service, this is a very important issue. September 2025, there was a verdict of Supreme Court from class 1 to 8 for all the teachers. The date of the appointment, whatever it is, this TAT was made compulsory. And madam, approximately 20 lakh teachers are affected due to this decision, and many teachers who are working under the RTE Act and CTE 2010, they were appointed as per the law. They were freed from this provision. Today, they are in grave situation. And madam, this is clear that the qualification of TAT was implemented in different states on different dates. And in UP, this is 27 July 2011, and thousands of the teachers are on the verge of losing their jobs, and it will affect them mentally also, and it will affect the study of students also. Madam, this is my demand from the central government, that this decision should be reviewed, and necessary steps should be taken in this regard, so that the teachers who were appointed before this order, their job should be safe. They should not lose their job. And RTE Act, when it was, there should be some amendments in this act so that the service rights and uh, should be protected of the teachers.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय.
Thank you, Chairperson, Madam. Madam, I would like to draw your attention on a very important public issue. Madam, on 26th of last month, the Bar Council presidents of 22 districts of Western districts, they came to us, and this is a very important demand of these people. This has been continuing for so many years. They are demanding for the bench of High Court, and they are protesting for this. Madam, through you to request Honorable Law Minister and the government Madam, I come from Bijnor, Muzaffarnagar, Shamli, Bagpat, Meerut. High Court bench is approximately 700 Uttarakhand to us. Madam, justice should be delivered timely, and this is the right of the people, and advocates are also demanding for the same. Madam, I remember my grandfather, he became a deputy chief minister in the state, and my father also raised this issue. I am also raising this demand. I hope the government will definitely take cognizance of this demand, because this is a very valid demand, madam. Thank you.
सूबे जी.
नमस्कार मैडम. महाराष्ट्र में
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. In Maharashtra, the flood situation is prevailing there, and yesterday one request was raised here that in Maharashtra, 14 lakh hectare land which has been submerged in water, but unfortunately, yesterday the Minister of Agriculture, what he expressed that from government of Maharashtra no proposal has been received is very unfortunate.
माफी करो और महाराष्ट्राला शेतकऱ्या
Our Chief Minister was saying that the farmers' loan will be waived off, but nothing of this sort has happened so far. Yesterday only the Panchayati Raj elections have been held, and that helicopters and other resources were used. They were so busy using them that lots of firing and beating has taken place, which has never happened in the history of Maharashtra. First time it has happened that some transparency, nothing of this kind has been there, and the election commissioners, about them also Chief Minister passed a statement, and he requested, it's my request to the government of India,
असाच पहिल्यांदा झालाय.
that all this anomaly which has happened in the history, for the first time it has happened so, and the Maharashtra government should be requested, and one proposal or request should be received from there. The farmers of Maharashtra are in tough condition and they need the help.
जी.
Thank you, madam.
धन्यवाद सभापति.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The SIR of voter list is happening now, and Honorable Madam Chairperson, I have been saying these things for last 10 to 12 years in the Parliament House, that my area, Santhal Pargana, from where I'm member of Parliament, in 1951, 45% tribal population was there.
और अभी जब 2011
Now, in 2011, when the census happened, only 26 to 27% tribal people are there, and now when in 26-27 the census will help, that will remain only 21-22%. Almost, if it is about tribal people, about the security we talk about, almost 50% tribal people have disappeared. The population of Muslim was 9%, now it is 24%, from 9 to 24%. only 4% population of Muslim has arisen. It's not about Hindu Muslim. It's about the displacement or the exodus where the employment opportunities are not there. Who are these people? These people are the infiltrators from Bangladesh who have come here, and all this opposition wins on account of that. It's my request that all this Malda, Murshidabad, Kalia Chak, Araria, Kishanganj, Purnia, from where I was in charge, Sarganj, Bapu, of all these, one cohesive plan should be made, and BSF should be given full right, and NRC should be implemented, and all the Bangladesh should be thrown away from India. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
सदस्य श्री बिप्लव कुमार देव जी, बिप्लव देव कुमार जी।
सभापति महोदय,
Honorable Madam Chairperson,
मैं आपके
through you, I would like to say, Agartala airport should be made international airport. I want to read this matter. And Agartala airport, which is there, 1,000 this passengers capacity it has for all this aviation, and 20 checkout counters are there where this boarding bridges, everything is there, and nearly 3 million passengers are traveling. 18.85 crore rupees have been given to airport authority by the Tripura government. It has been paid, and the ministry also has talked about the immigration counters, and 25 police personnel or demand was there, and that is also been accepted, and it's alley system, ground system, and MBB airport, and this customs border also has been announced here. And through you, I would like to request Minister of Home Affairs and Civil Aviation Minister that Agartala airport should be made immediately as international airport, and all this action which has to be taken, technical process has taken place, and immigration post also should be notified, and international flight should be done from here at the earliest. Thank you.
सदस्य जून मल्लाहा जी। अच्छा मल्लिया, sorry.
It's okay, no problem. Thank you, madam. Sorry, my voice won't sound the normal way thanks to Delhi pollution. It's got the better of my voice. Madam, the Manrega Employment Guarantee Scheme, the Manrega, has been stopped in West Bengal, depriving nearly 59 lakh beneficiaries. Under the scheme, the union government continues to owe the state more than rupees 43,000 crore in pending payments. The Calcutta High Court, in its recent judgment, directed the union government to resume Manrega's operations in West Bengal by 1st August 2025. Despite this clear order, the union government has neither restored the scheme nor released the funds due to the state's workers. Instead, it filed a petition before the Supreme Court challenging the High Court's order. In a way, even the Supreme Court stood with the Mamata Banerjee government and upheld the decision on resumption of the Manregas. In total, the union government's outstanding dues across various commitments amount to nearly rupees 2 lakh crore, madam. Depriving states of their rightful dues shatters the foundation of cooperative federalism and the very ethos of the Constitution. Thus, I urge the union government to restart Manregas and disburse the amount owed at the earliest. Joy Bangla.
माननीय सदस्य श्री राजकुमार चाहर जी।
धन्यवाद माननीय अध्यक्ष जी।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would like to attract your attention towards the Agra district of Uttar Pradesh. Through you, I'd like to urge the government that in Agra there is a Taj Mahal, and Taj Mahal is very beautiful, but the beauty of Taj Mahal has become a curse for the people of Agra, because if the beauty of Taj may not fade away, and this NGT and TTZ and NGT, because of them, there is no industry factory in Agra, and the people of Agra are unemployed. And through I like to attract the national government that in Agra, from Delhi to Agra there is expressway, Lucknow to Agra there is expressway, Agra to Gwalior also new expressway was being paid.
and Agra is very close to Delhi, and we have just one way, only one way is left over. This factory and industries cannot be there because of restrictions, but IT hub can be there in Agra. So through you, I would like to request the government that the unemployed people of Agra and in the interest of people of Agra, this IT justice and the beauty of the Taj may remain.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Madam. I rise to highlight the urgent matter concerning in my constituency, Beluru Hassan section of National Highway 373. Although work has been already awarded and agreement has been executed, the project has not been grounded due to non-approval of revised cost estimate, Madam. At present, it has been pending with the regional officer Bengaluru to review the land acquisition award. Due to administrative delay, the appointment date has not been declared, that the agency is unable to commence the work. This stretch is one of the most important corridor in Hassan district, used extensively by local commuters, tourists, and farmers. The road condition has been deteriorated significantly following successive monsoon and heavy vehicular movement. I request Ministry of Road Transport and Highways through you, Madam, to ensure expeditious approval of revised cost estimate so that the project may be grounded at earliest. Thank you, Madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती महिमा कुमारी मेवाड़ जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Raj Samand family is being greeted from here. My constituency area is Samand of Rajasthan, and the Nathdwara Assembly area in Bunjor, this medical college was requested in 2023. This budget was announced and the land acquisition was done, but the house building and the construction work has not happened. What is the reason behind that? And this tribal area is dominating here, and especially in this area, Bhim Sambalgad also, these tribal people are living for thousands of years. And in these areas, new medical institutions are to be started and the medical facilities are to be provided. But this nursing staff and doctors number also has to be raised, and high quality medical facilities are to be expanded. And Bandol Rescram with this in the budget, through that this medical institution college was provisioned, then there is no reason that the medical college should not be started. And this is a tribal dominated area, and the different difficulties coming in the way of this medical college and this nursing staff and basic facilities of medical, the people are near suffering, especially the tribal people in this area, Bhim and Kumbhka community are facing this health difficulty and coverage, and that's why Nathdwara and other areas where this high quality medical facility should be expanded, and this policy making should be done in this regard, and it's a request that this may be done at that place. Thank you.
Rajiv Raji.
धन्यवाद मैडम मौका देने के लिए।
Thank you, madam, for giving me this chance. In my constituency area, the roads are in dilapidated condition. I would like to attract the attention of the government in this regard. Honorable Madam Chairperson, this like Yojana in that last 4 years, it has not been passed in the area for last 4 years, and we have done so many times, and surveys also have not been approved. And as far as my information goes, according to the new system, this is not happening. The old roads which are there, when we have this meeting in this regard, they ask for the budget. They say that budget has been asked, but it's not been given. I want to tell about the roads. This Kasara village, 4 years, the Kopaganj and Kasara, for 4 years, many claims have been made for the construction of road, but that road is not being constructed. And this all these roads are such where if the patient wants to go to hospital, he will die on the way. And not just roads, but the doctors must be there to be told about the disease. All this really minister and the other doctor is also here, and you have given assurance in house many times, but nothing has happened in this regard. I hope that the roads, the railways, industries, the employment, education institution should be there. I request that in Mau, this If you are getting lost from there, it's not that you will outcast that from the development. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I draw urgent attention of the House to the devastating damage caused by heavy rains and cyclone Monta in October 2025 across Greater Warangal Municipal Corporation limits. Over 200 mm rainfall submerged 45 colonies including Shivanagar, DK Nagar, T Road, Spotana Road, Badrakali Polytechnic Stretch, Mulugu Road, Bundivagu and 80 feet road at Pochama Maidan have been washed away, turning into rivers of slush with deep craters. Nearly 1,200 residents were evacuated to 12 relief camps. Incomplete drainage works under Amrut and Smart Cities mission, only 66% of 1,800 crores completed. Exposed systemic failure in planning and maintenance. I urge the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs to release special central funds under Amrut 2.0 for immediate resurfacing and flood-resilient repairs of internal roads by March 2026. Order a high-level audit of GWMC infrastructure and integrate real-time monitoring. Announce an immediate relief package of 100 crores for road restoration. Warangal, a heritage smart city, deserves resilient roads, not recurring ruin. Thank you, Madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्री डी माल्या रसन जी।
Madam, நாடு முழுவதும்
lakhs of pensioners and they are still in suffering. And in this house, I want to bring a very important question. Recently, 2027, in GO, validation of pension rules 2025, new rules they are introduced. These rules, it is give the recognition of the before rules, and it is not a, it is the pensioners, it is a legal rights for the employees, and everybody knows that there is no consultation were done before that. There it is affecting their rights very deeply. So I want to urge the government and validation of pension rules 2025 and the notification and then implications, it should be clearly notified, and what all the pensioners in these norms, they should not be deprived of their rights, and they have to commit in this house, and in the they have to consult with the trade unions and give redressal forum should be given to the people. And thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam, the scheduled caste people, 150 people from that family are there, the roads are there, the electricity is there, we're paying the bill, Indira Awas have been constructed, and without any legal process, the village has been ruined. In the Begusarai also, in Patna, Patliputra, Dumrao, Muzaffarpur, Sitamarhi, Darbhanga, Purnia, every place, at every place, the poor and the unemployed middle class people and the tradesmen have been ruined, and they destructed in Begusarai yesterday. There's Dalits and poor people's house been destroyed, and it's my demand to the Nitish Kumar ji that until they are given the houses or the land, this until now the shops are given the cities, the residences must not be destroyed. And this small people, these fruits and the vendors, they should not be humiliated like that. It's my request, madam. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Honorable Madam, Supol district of Bihar, the Supol area from 387 to Bheria, Munj, via Marunda and Madhepur, Darbhanga, that road construction may be done, and through that road in the Kosi River bridge should be constructed. In this Kosi region with Lanchals is the demand from that area, and the main crop, this jute, makhana, and all these things will be transported in easy way, and the northeast people will also get benefit of that. And this road construction will help from the Kosi Mithalanchal. Many lakhs of people would be benefited by that, and for trade and other facilities would be given to them.
Mohammad Javed ji.
बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया मैम.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chairperson. I've been appealing for the AMU for the last 6 years consistently. And through you, Madam, I would like to request the Minister of Education that on Sambar Fota, teaching, non-teaching, the recruitment should be done. And along with that, the SGT, which is a ban, the proposal has been sent from AMU for SCIAAV so that this ban can be removed and the fund which has been stopped can be released. And for infrastructure also, we should get separate funds. Thank you.
Mohiba Bulla ji.
Speaker Sahiba, मैं आपके तवज्जो.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Madam. Through you, I would like to draw your attention to a very important matter. The Waqf Amendment Bill was referred to the JPC, and in which our party had already stated that the government's intentions are not good. They were given a 6-month period on the Umeed portal, and only 30% of the mosques and crematorium grounds and madrasas were conducted online, and almost 70% of properties were not registered. And it seems like Article 25 and 26 have been abrogated, and the lives of the Muslims have been made very difficult, because of which, Honorable Madam Chairperson, those whose ancestors were freedom fighters, today they are saying that they will have to once again fight against these atrocities. Till what time the Muslims will be suppressed like this in this country? Ma'am, there is a tolerance limit to everything, and once that level threshold is reached, then no one can survive. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्री अरविंद सावंत जी.
माननीय अध्यक्षा जी.
Honorable Madam Chairperson, Sir, Madam, I would like to say that since 2014, the MTNL's condition was such that this government had stated that it will be rejuvenated and revived, but the condition is such that the Mahanagar Telephone Nigam Limited services are not available. We don't know whether the company exists or not, and recently there's been an agreement of the BSNL employees, but no agreement was done for the MTNL employees. Ma'am, please let me complete. On the one side, they are doing these things, and on 60,000 employees were there, but only 3,200 employees are there, and we don't know anything about the existence of the company. And the biggest thing, despite all this, they are bringing forth a Sanchar Sathi. This is not a Sanchar Sathi. When it is inbuilt, there was a provision in a law that if a landline is also there, then the Home Ministry and police will have to check it. It is a type of Pegasus if it comes inbuilt, and the manner in which they are breaching our privacy, if it is inbuilt, it will be really dangerous. And the 3,200 employees of MTNL, if they are brought into BSNL, so that in future, Vodafone India is providing services in Mumbai and Delhi. Both are different type of capitals of the city, of the country. And the employees of MTNL may be imbibed into MTNL, and they should do away with the many honorable members want to speak today, but those whose names are left, they will be taken up tomorrow. Matters under Rule 377, the declaration to be made. Those honorable members who have been allowed to raise matters under Rule 377, they shall lay the written copy of the 377 on the table of the House in the next 20 minutes.
Item number 16. केंद्रीय उत्पाद शुल्क संशोधन विधेयक 2025,
Item number 16, the Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025. Honorable Minister.
So thank you very much, sir. With your permission.
अभी पीठ से आप मेरी बात सुनिए आप
Please listen to me. It is my responsibility. Please listen to me, Honorable Engineer Ji. It is my request that just now the chair has called out the name of the Honorable Finance Minister. It is my accountability that both of you will be given the opportunity to speak in the 0 hour. This is the decision of the chair of the House, Honorable Finance Minister.
पीठ का फैसला
This is the decision of the chair, the Honorable Finance Minister. Honorable member, you are a very learned member of the House. Please take your seats, honorable members. Your grievance has been registered and you will be given an opportunity to speak tomorrow. You will get an opportunity to speak tomorrow. Thank you. Honorable Finance Minister.
साहब धन्यवाद आपका आपके कोऑपरेशन
Thank you for your cooperation. Please do not walk out. Please take your seat, honorable member. You'll get an opportunity to speak tomorrow. Honorable Finance Minister.
मानी मित्र
Sir, नहीं आप बैठिए ना.
Please take your seat, honorable member. Honorable Chairperson has said that you'll get an opportunity tomorrow. Your voice will be heard. Please take your seat. Don't talk philosophically. You can speak tomorrow also. Please take your seat. Requested to please take your seat, honorable member. Honorable Finance Minister, you may please start. Please take your seat, honorable member.
Permission, sir.
अब वित्त मंत्री जी ने भी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट कर ली वित्त मंत्री जी ने भी
The honorable Finance Minister has also requested, the chair of the House has also requested you. Both of you may please take your seats. Thank you.
Rise to move that the bill further to amend the Central Excise Act 1944 be taken into consideration.
आप कुछ बिल पे बोलना चाहेंगे
Honorable Finance Minister, you want to say something about the bill?
Sir, central excise rates are normally prescribed under the 4th schedule to the Central Excise Act of 1944. The rates for tobacco and tobacco products are in section 4 of that Central Excise Act. That is, the rates for tobacco and tobacco products are in section 4 of the 4th schedule of the Central Excise Act. So the levy of GST, sir, if I can elaborate a bit on this, when GST was introduced in 2017, the central government gave up its excise rights and the duties which were levied under the central excise on tobacco products was given away in favor of the GST Council so that the council can levy compensation cess, and that compensation cess which would be collected on tobacco products in the place of excise would go for the compensation for the states for the initial years when they come into the GST. Now, as a result, the central excise duty, the right was kept up, but the duties were minimal or completely zero. Now, the compensation cess time is over. Even from July 1st, 2022, we don't anymore give compensation amount to the states, although we are collecting this cess after 22 till now, only because the GST Council had discussed and we borrowed money back to back, gave it to the states as though the compensation is being paid, but paid with borrowed money. Now, it was decided in the GST Council that This borrowing will have to be principal and interest paid back by extending the compensation cess only to that much period which is required for paying the loans back. Even the GST law itself had limited the compensation cess collection to only 5 years, and that is why it ended in 22. But with legal advice and with the complete understanding which the GST Council expressed, and I'm grateful for that to the GST Council, the extension of the GST compensation cess happened till now. In another probably couple of weeks, the loans will be completely repaid. The center, therefore, wants to make sure that the excise will come back to us so that we can levy that duty. Another argument which is very important for all the members of parliament to know is by the act in GST, you cannot tax any item under the GST beyond 40%. Now, if you can't tax any item, even if it is a demerit good like cigarette, beyond 40%, what is happening is the ultimate incidence through GST on a demerit good like cigarette has come down. So the popular narrative would be, is the government or is the GST Council cognizant of the fact that cigarette or the demerit good like tobacco is being taxed lesser than what it was earlier? Is that the intention? So to address that, in order that the incidence is no longer lesser than what it was during the GST time with the compensation cess, we are bringing this excise. So in a way, we are saying cigarettes shouldn't become affordable now because the incidences become lesser. So that is the reason this bill has come before the House. And I would like the views of the honorable members. And if, with your permission, if at the end of the debate there's something more that I will be allowed to speak with your permission, sir, I can reply as well. So thank you very much.
D. Purandeswari ji.
It has been given to me to participate in this very sensitive piece of legislation that has been brought in by the Honorable Union Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji. I would also like to voice my appreciation towards the sensitivity with which this piece of legislation has been brought in, which the Honorable Finance Minister has just very eloquently outlined. Sir, we all know for a fact that tobacco addiction is a major problem in our country today. And estimates say that about 1.35 million deaths occur annually in our country due to cancer, heart-related diseases or COPD. And COPD would mean diseases that are related to lungs. So the issue is very serious because around 29% of the population, that is 267 million adults, and many more adolescents are actually in a way habituated or are addicted to tobacco and related products. So the challenge is not simply the smokeless tobacco, which actually gives rise to incidences of oral cancer, but also the addictive nature of the tobacco products, as well as the marketing tactics which are undertaken by various other sections of our society. So usage of tobacco is amongst both men and women, where about 42.14% men and 14.2% women are estimated to be addicted to tobacco. And surprisingly, the very same survey also says that about 8.5% of our children between the ages of 13 to 15 are also today addicted to tobacco and the related products like pan masala and so on. So tobacco, therefore, is becoming a major cause of death as well as disability in our country, which is something that we all need to take cognizance of. The issue does not simply stop with people who are smoking tobacco-related items like cigarettes and tobaccos and so on, but it also it also raises the concern of the passive smokers, and it is estimated that around 30.2% of our population are passive smokers, and this is also negatively impacting the health of that section of society. And when I say passive smokers, these are people who are inhaling the smoke that is let out by people who are smoking cigarettes and tobacco and so. Today, India's disease burden, sir, is no more characterized by communicable diseases, but is rather today being characterized by non-communicable diseases like heart-related problems, cancers, lung-related problems, and so on. Sir, this only highlights the fact that we need to bring in a change not only in our lifestyles but also the habit, which would mean indulging in hazardous substances like what we have been talking about. So as per the study, cancer and cardiovascular related diseases, they top the list of NCD, that is a non-communicable disease list, and tobacco is also considered to be one of the largest contributors to the burden of non-communicable diseases. India today, sir, accounts for 17% of the world's population. But when it comes to the disease burden, it accounts for 20% of the world disease problems, sir. So this is not a small number that we are looking at. And the non-communicable disease burden, which was around 55% in 2016, is now about 60% deaths because of non-communicable diseases in 2019. So India is a welfare state which is committed to the welfare and well-being of its citizens. And the Narendra Modi ji government is also committed to the same, and having been committed to the same has taken the decisive step of imposing the GST on health hazardous substances like tobacco and pan products and so on. This, sir, is intended to actually discourage people from, this increase is intended to discourage the use of dangerous substances and also simultaneously to generate revenues that would actually be spent on social and health sectors, which is very, very important. As I had mentioned, our commitment to the well-being and welfare of the citizens of our country. Today, sir, even as we are phasing out the GST compensation cess, as has been rightly mentioned by our Honorable Finance Minister, Union Finance Minister, we must ensure that the prices do not plummet on these tobacco and related substances to such an extent that they become easily accessible to people, even as we are speaking about how do we discourage them from using such hazardous substances. Therefore, sir, this measure that has been undertaken today, it corresponds, it would maintain the price stability, it would protect the vulnerable and the youth sections of our society, and would also act as a deterrent because the prices would not plummet to the extent that we actually fear they would. Sir, even as the government today, as I had mentioned earlier, being a welfare government, seeks to provide food security through the free ration program that we have undertaken today, where we are providing free ration to about 80 crore per people, and also to improve the living standards of the middle class, wherein we have actually lowered the tax burden and so on. And we must ensure, sir, that every rupee that is being now collected on this GST is actually expended towards these kind of measures, which could be now further expanded. Sir, with focus on the health sector, the central government today has been able to increase the number of AIIMS in our country from the existing 7 in 2014 to 23 today. Medical colleges have doubled from 387 in 2014 to 808 today. And above all, we have one of the largest health insurance scheme in our country in the form of Ayushman Bharat, which provides health security to about 9 crore people who have already availed the Ayushman Bharat, and the central government has expended 1.3 lakh crores on this program. Therefore, sir, every rupee or penny that would be now collected on the GST, we are assured will be expended on such welfare schemes, keeping the welfare and progress of the people, of the citizens of our country in mind. Sir, the concern here amongst the states is that would it actually affect our revenues? Sir, this we must realize would not affect the state revenues because the 42% share of the central tax devolutions that should go to the state, as has been recommended by the 15th Finance Commission, would stand as it is. And it has already been outlined by the Honorable Finance Minister that this GST compensation removal was actually a time-bound initiative that was brought in, and it was agreed upon by all the states. So it is not a coercive decision that is being taken by the central government today. So the only concern here would be the farmers who are indulging in growing of tobacco. In our country today, sir, we have 6 million farmers who are dependent on tobacco crop. And we have 20 million laborers who are dependent on this crop. And more, and above this, we have about 36 million people who are indulging in processing or exports and so on and so forth. So I would only like to appeal, sir, through you to the Honorable Union Minister for Finance, that along with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and also with Agriculture, to ensure that the security of these farmers are kept intact and the issues relating to them would be taken into mind, keeping the fact in mind that the farmers are not averse to any decision that the government would take that is related to the health of the country, but rather they would definitely seek support from the central government when it comes to crop diversification. There was once upon a time the initiative that was taken to diversify farmers who were indulgent in tobacco growth, and about, I'm subject to correction, around 110,000 and odd hectares have today, acres have actually, farmers have actually diversified about 110,000 and odd acres of land to various other crops. But however, I think the other 6 million farmers that I'm talking about today, the interest of these farmers need to protect it is a strong appeal and prayer that I have to the Honorable Minister, sir. Therefore, sir, having gone into every minute details, we must realize that this calibrated tax adjustment physical step, this is to ensure that we have a more healthier and a more productive, because today, when we talk of the youth, the young population in the world, India out of 65% of India's population is under 35 years of age. And when we say they are under 35 years of age, we're actually talking about a large pool of human resource which who can actually become very productive for our country. Therefore, sir, this is to ensure that we have a healthier and a more productive human resource pool who would help us in realizing that the dream that we have before us, and that is to achieve a Viksit Bharat by 2047. Thank you, sir.
Sri Karthi Chidambaram ji.
Thank you, sir. This bill is being brought to compensate the cessation of the compensatory cess on tobacco products. I understand the logic of why this bill is being brought, and I accept the logic which the finance minister has stated. The statement of objects and reasons clearly says the aim is to protect tax incidents and maintain revenue from tobacco after compensation cess is discontinued. So there is a logic in why this bill is being brought, and I accept that logic. When Dr. Purandeshwari spoke before me, she alluded to the problem. She actually did allude to the problem, but she did not come to the solution of the problem. The problem is, as she rightly said, we have 1.35 million deaths in India because of tobacco use. In fact, 27% of all cancer cases is because of tobacco. Young people, the age between 13 and 15, 8.5% of them use tobacco products. The economic loss for our country because of the use of tobacco is nearly 2 lakh crores annually. So tobacco has a huge cost on this nation. I'm not suggesting that we ban cigarettes. I mean, that never works. Prohibition never works. I know this government is sometimes very fond of banning things. I'm not suggesting we ban anything. Banning will never work. It only push things to the to the underground market, to the black market, and people who are addicted will somehow find a way to get it. In fact, there is a contrary thought when every time we see when these spurious liquor cases happen in India, why are people consuming spurious liquor? It's a little contrarian and might be even controversial what I say. It is because regular liquor is not affordable, they go and buy spurious liquor, which is cheaper. So by thinking that by increasing prices on sin products like the tobacco products, you will actually lower consumption is wrong. What will happen is this will go into there'll be spurious manufacturers, people will find alternatives. I'm not suggesting you lower taxes, but I'm saying that by increasing taxes, if you think you're going to lower consumption, that doesn't work at all. In fact, we really need to think this very, very carefully, sir. While I understand the logic of this government of raising taxes, of compensatory taxes, and I'm not just, this is the topic which is beyond politics, which is tobacco usage. There is no partisan view in this. We as a society must really think about this. Successive governments have only used tobacco products to increase more revenue, but we have never addressed the problem which tobacco is causing. As Dr. Purandeshwari said, there are 6 million farmers who are cultivating tobacco. There are 20 million laborers who are working in these tobacco lands. And there are more than 35-40 million people who are involved in the industry. We are not thinking of how to move them to other sectors. No government has come up with any plan on how to migrate farmers from tobacco to other crops. What will people involved in the tobacco industry, can they be migrated to another industry? What are we doing to reduce the consumption of tobacco? We don't think of all that. While we say it is bad, we keep taxing it, we keep getting more revenue, but we never really address the problem. And by raising taxes on it, if we think we're going to reduce consumption, that's also not going to happen. So I think its time has come for us. And successive governments have failed. I'm not ever only pointing at this government. No government has come up with anything holistic to stop or to reduce tobacco usage. What are we going to do to reduce usage of tobacco? How do we discourage people from using tobacco? That there is no blueprint. This government has no blueprint for it. There is no roadmap for it, except for saying that we will tax it and you are having these statutory warnings on these tobacco products. I don't think there has been any study which has said because of those graphic statutory warnings on tobacco products, actually tobacco usage has gone down. So the real problem here is how do we address tobacco usage? How do we reduce tobacco usage? And how do we migrate people who are involved in the tobacco industry into other sectors? And the finance minister must also tell us by increasing this excise duty, if the prices go up, will it lead to counterfeiting? Will it lead to black market? Because there is something known as a Laffer curve in economics. If you keep on increasing taxes, compliance goes down. So is there a point where the finance minister believes that beyond this, if we increase, it will actually lead to more black marketeering? And what kind of will it only lead to more avoidance of tax as opposed to revenue collection? While I understand the logic of the government to bring about this compensatory excise increase to offset the cess, they really need to come up, and particularly the government must come up with a holistic plan on how to reduce tobacco usage, how to migrate people who are working in the tobacco sector to other sectors. That is the real problem, and not merely tinkering on all these things and just increasing revenue. While I understand the logic of why this is being brought, but we should keep the big picture in mind. Thank you very much, sir.
Shri Naresh Chand Uttam Patel ji.
Anwar. Thank you, Chairperson, sir. I am here to speak on the amendment being made in the Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025 by Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. I am not here to talk about any big business houses, but I am here to be the voice of voiceless, those who are involved in the tobacco farming, those who toil hard on the lands, on the fields, and grow tobacco with lot of hardships and earn their scarce livelihood with the help of uh, tobacco crops. They are not mentioned in any headlines, they are not reported anywhere, but they contribute in the sums of thousands of crores in Indian economy. But today government is going to lay heavy taxes on their uh, livelihood and production. Sir, in my area, tobacco is produced, tobacco is cultivated. Sir, government is going to impose taxes, new taxes on pan masala and chewing tobacco. This decision is being taken without taking cognizance of the scenario in which tobacco laborers, tobacco cultivators are in. Sir, in my area, in huge amount, this is grown. The- if tax is increased so much, then big business houses will definitely withstand with it. But small farmers, laborers, small industries will perish. It will shrink the market and purchasing power will reduce, and small units which are involved in the tobacco processing would be destroyed and small families would be destroyed. Government is saying that it will help the health scenario of the country, but on the ground laborers people are already suffering and this will further deprive them of their staple income. So I urge that this should not be passed in haste. Sir, 28% GST would be imposed and another 50-60% tax would be imposed. So it would result in a kind of crisis for small units, those small industrial units which are involved in the tobacco leaf separation, etc. And their laborers which are deployed in those units would be completely destroyed. However, it will not have any positive impact upon the health scenario of the people of this country. So I demand that this bill be diverted to the Standing Committee of Parliament, Lok Sabha, and all the laborers and all the stakeholders should be consulted by the committee. And Patel ji, even states would suffer. This compensation stress would also be given to the states. Sir, in your district paddy is cultivated and you are not speaking on that. Paddy is being purchased on 1600 rupees and MSP is this, and in market it is being made available at 2300 rupees. So you should also take care of the welfare of the farmer. Sir, a proper scheme for the employment of the farmers should be devised and implemented, and if this bill is passed in haste, then it will only hamper the interests of the tobacco cultivators. And if the cigarette and these tobacco products are sold at high prices, then it would only encourage to smuggling. And you can make cigarettes costly, but it will only encourage the consumption of foreign brands, and also it may result into the increased buying and selling of cheap tobacco products. So this will again further hamper the health of the people. There are lots of farmers and cultivators whose income livelihood is dependent upon these products only. Government has to evaluate the revenue sources based on various products and tobacco, etc. In Madhya Pradesh, a huge amount of tobacco is grown. Sir, think of the situation plight of the poor laborers who are involved in the production, cultivation, and processing of tobacco. So kindly be sensitive about their plights, and the tobacco growers would also suffer, and later on it is also processed in which lot of human resources and also all of them would suffer. So it should be diverted to Standing Committee.
Sir, I rise to speak on the Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025 brought forward by the Finance Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman. Once again, it has fallen on the finance minister to mobilize resources for the government, due to which she has brought about this bill. It has been stated in the statement of objection reasons that with the GST, Central Excise Act was repealed by Section 174 of Central GST Act, excepting respect of goods listed under entry 84 of List 1 of 7th Schedule to the Constitution. This includes tobacco and tobacco products. With the levy of GST and compensation cess on tobacco and tobacco products, the rates of central excise duties were reduced significantly to allow for levy of compensation cess without large impacts. So in order to expand the financial space, fiscal space, to increase the rate of central excise duty on tobacco and tobacco products so as to protect tax incidents, it is imperative to amend the table in section 4 of the 4th schedule to the Act. Now, why this was brought about? Sir, products such as cigarettes, cigars, hookah, tobacco, chewing tobacco, zarda, and scented tobacco currently attract 28% GST, plus a hefty compensation cess that varies by product and in some cases goes as high as 290%. This cess was originally introduced in 2000 states for the GST related revenue loss and was extended until March 2026 to help repay loans taken during the COVID period, with loan repayments expected to be completed. So this will be completed by December. Compensation cess will cease. To prevent a sudden fall in tax incidence on tobacco, government plans to replace the cess with a new central excise duty. The bill seeks to give the government the fiscal space to increase the rate of central excise duty on tobacco and tobacco products so as to protect tax incidence according to the statement of objection reasons. The change aligns with the GST Council's September decision to discontinue the compensation cess on all goods except tobacco and transition to a two-rate GST structure while reserving a 40% slab for ultra-luxury and thin goods. Now, if enacted, this bill will replace the GST compensation cess on tobacco with a central excise duty. Allow the center to revise excise rates to match current local total taxation levels, ensure revenue neutrality by keeping the tax burden on thin goods. Thin goods, as you know, costly cars and all that, unchanged. Create a permanent taxation structure instead of temporary cess and maintain tobacco under the highest GST bracket of 40% once the rationalized slabs take place. In any case, we are opposed to cess because cess is wholly consumed by the central government. The states do not get any part of it. Now, under the new law, this will replace the GST compensation cess on tobacco with the central excise duty. Allow the center to devise excise rates to match total taxation levels, ensure revenue neutrality, etc. Now, there are two bills. After this will come the bill on pan masala, which the minister, for her own reasons, pan masala tax will be helping both health and defense, national security. What I'll discuss that when that bill comes up. Now, this will ensure the total tax incidence on tobacco and pan masala remains unchanged, replace the compensation cess with a permanent excise duty, introduce a new machine capacity cess on pan masala to bolster public health, prevent revenue loss to the center once the compensation cess ends, which will end by the end of this year. This bill will formally extend the compensation cess on tobacco products such as cigarettes, cigars, chewing tobacco, and zarda. The central will gain authority to impose and revise a new central excise duty on tobacco under the amended Central Excise Act 44. The aim is to keep the overall incidence of tobacco, currently a mix of GST and compensation cess, at the high level even after the cess expires. Now, what was the logic behind compensation cess? It was an additional charge. Compensation cess was levied on certain goods and services in India, designed to compensate states for potential revenue losses following the implementation of the GST, while largely merged into the new GST slabs as of September 2025. It continues to apply to tobacco and tobacco-related products. The purpose was to protect revenue for manufacturing heavy states, which were expected to lose tax income under the consumption-based GST system. The mechanism was revenue collected from the cess was put in a dedicated fund and disbursed to states based on a formula that projected 14% annual growth. Goods covered originally applied to luxury and thin goods, including luxury cars, aerated drinks, coal, and tobacco products. The 56th GST Council meeting, it was a very important meeting, streamlined the tax structure, leading to the cess being integrated into a new consolidated GST rate for most luxury and thin goods. For example, luxury cars and aerated drinks are subjected to 40% GST, which includes the cess component. Now, this cess is extended till March 31, 2026, but is solely focused on repaying loans the central government took during the COVID-19 pandemic. So, remaining cess are still subjected to a separate compensation cess in addition to their GST rate. Cess will continue for these items until the outstanding loan and interest obligations are fully discharged. The bill has been introduced in the Lok Sabha. Now, the bill in its schedule details the different types of tobacco products, starting with unmanufactured tobacco refuse, which includes sun-cured country tobacco, tobacco for manufacture of BDs not stems, tobacco for manufacture of hookah, flue-cured Virginia tobacco. It also includes cigars, cheroots, cigarillos, and cigarettes of tobacco or of tobacco substitutes, including cigars, cheroots, cigarillos, cigars and cheroots, cigarettes containing tobacco, other than filter cigarettes, filter cigarettes of length, including length of the filter length being 11 millimeters or actual length, filter cigarettes of length the length being 11 meters or its actual length will fall under this. And there are other manufactured tobaccos. For instance, water pipe tobacco, hookah in Guraku or Guraku tobacco, smoking mixture for pipes and cigarettes, on which any case, lot of tax is put. So, as I mentioned earlier, that this has been forced. Government has been compelled because the cess is going and government has to make up the revenue loss. Now this brings me to the end of my deposition on my submission on the fiscal matter. But here, while speaking, both Purandeshwari ji from the ruling party and Karti Chidambaram from the opposition, they mentioned the moral question of the government depending on tobacco products for its resource mobilization. They mentioned how many people are affected by cancer due to tobacco. I have been a smoker myself. I'm trying to kick the habits because people say that you won't live for 5 years if you can't kick the habits. So this moral question is before the finance minister. The moral question is before
He
the
can
finance
become a
minister
brand ambassador
as
to create awareness.
whether yes, as to whether the government has any role in controlling the consumption of tobacco, in reducing the health problems, that the finance minister is silent about.
Sogat Dada,
Yes, sir.
time allotted is only 9 minutes for your party, and I have already given you 12 minutes.
Good thing. Good thing. I'm speaking sense. Why would we appreciate Jagdambika Pal unless she
Try to
encourages us?
2 more minutes, 2 more minutes.
So this question remains whether fiscal instruments can be used to reduce consumption of tobacco. What alternative? Now there is only mention on the packet. Somebody writes, cigarette smoking can even cause death. Now what is
Sogat Dada, you should not address to Nishikant Dubey ji. Only you address to
No,
finance
he's
minister.
not addressing. He's not talking to him.
Nishikant is the favorite child of the ruling party. That's why I try to respond to him. He's a favorite child. You'll see that he'll speak 4 times every day. So this question has been raised. The contrary opinion has been voiced by the Samajwadi Party. He said that so many people are dependent on tobacco. Purandeshwari mentioned 6 million tobacco farmers and 20 million tobacco workers. What will happen to them? They have to be found an alternative. I do not belong to the JDU, but Nitish Kumar took a bold decision to establish prohibition in Bihar, which gave him good electoral defeat. He must have lost revenue, but still he took that bold decision. Whether that has reduced illicit liquor in Bihar or not is a question to be probed. Now the same question is whether the finance minister can show courage, boldness, and take a moral stand. No. As finance minister, I do not want to
Kindly
encourage-
conclude.
I do not want to encourage smoking, any type of smoking, including cigarettes, including cigars, including hookah, including everything. That is the principal moral question being put before the finance minister. So while one cannot object to resource mobilization by the government, raising revenue, one must pose the question, where from this revenue will come? It seems that all governments, whenever there is shortfall in revenue, they tax cigarettes and this. That means indirect encouragement. Whether economists have to delve into the question, whether increasing price of cigarettes or churros that has reduced consumption of tobacco. So with this question, I leave it to the finance minister to respond to the moral question raised before her, whether by
Thank you,
increasing
thank you,
tax,
Saugata
the
Shri K. Veera Swami ji.
finance minister is encouraging or discouraging smoke.
Sir, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak on this Central Excise Amendment Bill of 2025, sir. So the Honorable Finance Minister has explained very clearly about the need for this particular bill at this particular juncture, because the GST compensation cess, which has to come to an end and has come to an end, and this taxation has to be adjusted so that the revenue is not going to be lost. Sir, the earlier speaker from BJP, they had highlighted about the diseases that can be caused due to smoking. Apart from the lung problems, I mean like COPD or bronchiectasis or cancers of the lung or oral cancers, you would be surprised to know that not only the lungs, sir, it also affects other organs, like it affects the eye. There is a condition called as tobacco amblyopia, which can affect your vision. And there are also cancers which can happen outside of the lungs, like your pancreas, your urinary bladder, and so there are more affected because they are in a confined space. When they have a person who's smoking, they breathe very, very normally, which allows more time for the smoke to settle down into their lungs and create more problems. Sir, so many people had mentioned about the effects and how it should be curtailed and everything. And in fact, the member from Congress said that increasing the prices of the taxes is not going to deter the smoker from stopping smoking, sir. I would like to mention that I have worked as a surgeon in hospitals, and in Tamil Nadu specifically, in southern India, we have a condition called as thromboangiitis obliterans, sir. This is a condition which affects the blood circulation of the legs. And this specifically occurs in people who smoke BDs. So if you note, in this hospital, I've seen hundreds of patients who smoke BDs who come up where they will end up with amputation of their legs, sir. So I have seen cases where they get amputated in one leg, but they continue smoking and then they lose the other leg. And I've seen the worst case where both the upper limbs also had to be amputated, and with the stumps, he was still smoking the BD. So to say that increasing the price is going to deter people from smoking is an argument which I would definitely not accept, because even though they know that it is harmful for them, they do not have the motivation for doing that, sir. So I would like to bring it to the knowledge of this house, sir, that during the UPA government, they came out with one program for effectively curbing the smoking. They brought a law which made smoking in public places a criminal act. So that has one single act has brought in so much of discipline amongst most of the, almost all places of this country, sir. And this is something which has happened internationally, because I've been traveling abroad and everywhere the smoking in public has been banned. In fact, I would like to recall that in the Central Hall in the Parliament, there used to be an ashtray, sir. I mean, when I came here, I was told that there used to be an ashtray over there and members used to be smoking over there. So now that this single act of banning smoking in public has made it possible for all the non-smokers, especially families, when they go for hotels, when they go for cinema theaters, the cinema theaters, when you step outside during a break, during an interval, you will find that the whole place is in like a movie scenario, sir, where they'll be fully filled up with fog and smog. So this is the kind of situation used to be there. So I would like to take this opportunity to tell this government, why not do something about ways of preventing people from smoking? So many people keep saying that raising taxes will not curb smoking. So I would like to give my suggestion. Each and every parliamentary constituency or each and every block, you make available a place where smoking, quitting smoking can be initiated. There are several medications, several formulations which are available for you. Start that thing, then I will start with me. You first start doing this in all these places, and we will work on them.
Veerasamy, kindly address to the chair. please.
Sir, I would only request, see, sir, we have to understand, everybody has spoken about the ill effects of smoking, sir, and the amount of expenditure the nation incurs because of these smokers. It runs into several thousands, if not lakhs of crores. So I feel that investing back on our population to make sure that they have a smoke-free life, you should probably set up centers in each and every parliamentary constituency or in each and every block, where you say that you will be giving free medications for people who are motivated to stop smoking. If you do that, even if there is a 10 or 20% reduction, I feel that it will go a long way in improving the quality of life for not only the smoker, but also to his whole family and friends. Sir, also, when we are talking about this excise duty, I am assuming that this is going to be going into the divisible pool where the other states also have to be benefiting out of this. Sir, I would like to say that this divisible pool is something where our Honorable Chief Minister has said that it should be increased from the present 41% to 50%. Sir, our Honorable Prime Minister, when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, he has spoken so much about the differences and the inequalities where the union government has not provided enough for the state governments. So I would like to take this opportunity to insist that 50% of the union funds collected should be used for devolving to the states, where all the states will benefit from this, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sri Labu, Sri Krishnaji.
Sir, the previous speaker, Kalanidhi Veeraswamy, spoke very emotionally on this topic, but he's one of the person who
He's a doctor also, no? He's a surgeon.
He's a doctor, and he explained about all the ill effects of smoking, sir, but he still smokes 40 cigarettes a day, sir. That is the problem that we have in this country. But let me tell you, sir, in the last 20
It is necessary to disclose on the floor of the house.
Yes, sir.
Is it necessary?
But in the last 25 years, sir, as a developed country, we have done exceedingly well in at least doing the anti-tobacco campaign aggressively across the country. I've seen in the last 25 years how a lot of changes have taken place. We used to see a lot of people smoking in the public, in the theaters and everything, but there's effective campaign that has been done and it has been brought back. And also at the same time, I remember there was a Grand Prix that was happening in India. Every car used to, in the F1 race, every car used to have the advertisement of a tobacco company and everything. But when it was happening in India, they had to make sure that those were removed. That aggressive campaign as a developing country we have done in the last 25 years. But still we need to do more of that. Sir, before I start on this speech, I want to compliment our finance minister, sir, on GST 2.0. It has brought the inflation drastically down. It has made a lot of goods cheaper. And not only that, sir, we have seen the numbers that have come out with regards to the GDP for this trimester, for this 3 months, which has been almost 8.2%. I don't see any other country, major economy growing at that speed anywhere in the world. And that too, after 50% of the tariffs have been levied upon India, but still we are growing at 8.2%. 8.2%. So we are doing extremely well. So coming to the bill, I support this for two reasons. The first one is with regards to the significance of the excise duty that is there in this country. If you look at the numbers, there's almost the collection in 2021 to 22, there's almost 3.9 lakh crores was collected under this, and 22, 23, 3.19 lakh crore was collected, and 23, 24, it was reduced to 3.05. And there is a huge, excise duty collection that has been happening. So I feel this is very much needed. And the reason that I want to support this is because it is actually from cess, it is coming into the divisible, which I think most of the colleagues from the opposition has been asking for a long time, that move the cess into the divisible so that states can get a lot of benefits. I think something that's good is happening. I hope everyone can compliment on that. So these are the two reasons that I want to support this bill, sir. But coming to the, I have some two grievances and one clarification. Clarification successful was that in other crops, but in this crop, in tobacco farming, the contractual farming has gone to a next level, wherein this ITC, GPA has actually gone in 24-25 season, gone to the farmers and signed the contracts with them saying, you grow it, we'll purchase it. That is what they said. You grow it and purchase it. And because of that, there's a huge percolation. In my constituency, normally there's a lot of chili farmers are there, cotton farmers are there, but they moved into the tobacco because these contracts were being signed. So because of that, once this huge production has come in, and these tobacco companies were said, no, we can't buy this, and brought the price drastically down. And the state government has to intervene, and state government has to purchase this tobacco. We spent 278 crores last year to purchase this tobacco so that the farmers won't get. So there's a contradiction that is happening. On one side, we are saying, let's not do this, let's not grow tobacco, let's take away tobacco farmers from the other from this crop to the other crop. But on the other side, the state government has to come in and has to pitch in their money and has to purchase it. So I request the finance minister and agriculture minister is also here. So we have put in this much money into this. We want you to work with these companies, ITCs and GPS, to make sure that farmers are not, led in this fashion. But on the other side, you please help our state also, because we have put in so much of money into this, so that you can help us, because we are a cash-strapped state. And second one is with regards to the second grievance is with regards to the CSR funds these companies are spending, where they are spending. ITC, which is headquartered in my home constituency of Guntur, it agri headquarters is based in Guntur, sir. ITC agri headquarters. It earns around 22,000 crores every year profits. And when I tried to inquire, where they are spending the CSR fund, where they are spending the CSR fund, they're spending it everywhere, but not actually with the farmers, not actually helping the farmers on the ground. So there's a total contradiction in what we are trying to do and what the companies are trying to do. So I request, the first thing is talk to these companies, make sure that they don't give these false promises to the farmers. Second, talk to these companies and make sure the CSR fund, which they're supposed to spend in those villages where the farmers are there, to be spent on those villages and to the farmers. That will be helpful for them. And coming to the clarity that I requested, you clarified it, ma'am, with regards to the proposed 70% duty on the unmanufactured tobacco on the HS code 2401. It was very clearly mentioned by you, and thanks for that. And I hope this will give a lot of relief to the small traders who are very much dependent on this, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Shri Kaushalen Kumar ji, Shri Kaushalen ji.
सभापति महोदय, आपने मुझे
Honorable Chairman, sir, you gave me a chance to speak on the Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025. I thank you for that. Honorable Chairman, sir, the Madam Finance Minister is on this 1944 bill of Central Excise is being amendment here, and this proposal has been presented by her, which is very much the need of the hour, and I welcome this, because the way the tobacco, cigarette, and this pan masala and all these things are being used so much, that is very much bad for the health. And this proposed health security and this cess which is there, and people are being made aware through this step, and I hope that this dangerous things and detrimental to health, these things will be now come into the notice of people and be good for us. And this proposed bill for this GST for the manual process production also on that cess will be levied, and this cess is can open on gateway and the producing machines on that also first time the tax provision has been made, and this manufacturing sector it can be concerned for them, and on this the government has brought this transparency, and government must bring transparency on this matter. And but once you have this cess on the production capacity, then this how this it can be investigated, or this inspection can be done, and this Inspector Raj can come in this case, and ease of doing business can face a lot of problems. And this is a good suggestion he is giving. Please listen to that. And the manufacturing also per month, the demand will be there, and on that when demand will be less, so at the time the production will be lessened. But this cess would be both the ways, and which would be bad for the producer. And Honorable Chairman, sir, the way the GST law was there, or GST at the time in 2017, the cess was being talked about, and for only for 5 years it was the decision. But because of Corona, it was enhanced up to 2026. But this kind of tax will be definitely an extra burden on the producers. And with this cess, the states will have been kept away. And I hope that Honorable Minister in her reply would like to respond on this and will give the detailed information to people and to this August House. And as this information I have in December, the state governments to be given the compensation for that, they will be given chance. And in 2026, this time limit which is there, that has to be made done away with, because in the proposal new cess and this new excise duty, this path has been opened for that, and Honorable Minister has proposed for this, and I support this bill in the end. Thank you.
Sri Anil Desai ji.
Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025, presented by Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. The basic idea, or as it is given in the objects and reasons of the bill, that goes as per that compensatory cess which was being applied here, that will discontinue, and in place of that, naturally, that addition to that excise duty will be laid up and tax incidence is taken care of. But the issue, what is being cited by other speakers also, that millions of farmers are there, though that number is a bit small compared to agrarian country that our economy is. But of course, I mean, labor also in that same proportion is dependent on that, and their livelihood is comes into question. When we say that these issues are everywhere, but particularly if I speak about my state of Maharashtra, that Maharashtra, we have Vidarbha region, and in districts of Solapur and so, there are this kind of jungles are there of tobacco growing plants, and the leaves of the plants are there plucked up and brought together, and that is how the economy works over there. It may be in the form of unorganized economy or informal economy, I would say, that still exists and still also. That also needs to be taken care of. We see that parts of Haryana and Rajasthan and all that, that farm burning of the buds in the farm, that with the wind it flows, the continuous smogging takes place. That is also vitiating, and that is also very detrimental to the health of the people of the country. That also needs to be discouraged at every level. There is nothing much to be mentioned about this, because this is a welcome step which is being taken. And sir, it is out of context though that our Honorable Finance Minister is sparing no stone unturned to see that the central exchequer gets maximum of revenue from every corner possible. At the same time, I would request her that it is not a part of the bill or nothing to do with the bill, but general insurance industry, that time and again I've been after you, and you were kind enough to show your consent also, but it is not happening. That general insurance employees, they are waiting for their wage revision. I think you will take cognizance of the fact and accord, I mean, which has already been accorded by you, which will in the coming few days, I mean, I think we will get a good news. And I commend the bill. Thank you.
Srimati Supriya Sureji.
Thank you, sir. I stand here to speak on the tax bill, and I stand here on behalf of our party to support the Honorable Finance Minister's bill. Sir, I would like to just ask for a few clarifications from the Honorable Finance Minister. We all support the bill, and that's the sense of the House today. But there are larger issues that I would like to ask her, and I think that's where I'd like to take the debate to, that what is really the objective of this bill? I appreciate you increasing the prices of it, but if you really look at it largely, what are the ministries who really need to be involved while implementing something like this? Is only our tax collection the incentive and the objective of this bill, or are we looking at collecting tax? Nothing wrong. It's a legal way, and that's how countries run and development happens. At the same time, is health a high priority? Because the state I come from, sir, the Home Ministry, Finance, Health, Agriculture, and the Food and Public Distribution. These are 5 ministries which really need to work together in the larger interest of all the suggestions that have come from all the MPs. Sir, ours was the first state in the country which banned gutka. But I, with full humility, with a heavy heart, I must admit that in Maharashtra, gutka is available everywhere and in plenty, not just in small quantities. We banned it, but it's there. So even if we do ban things, is really the outweighed. I mean, I was a big one to say, ha, ban kar do, but now I think, was it a wrong decision? Should we have increased the tax? Would have been better than illicit gutka being distributed. Another angle, I appreciate what Krishnaji said in his speech. He made a lot of issues about ITC, the development, the CSR. But I would like to add a small point to that, sir, that in all these products, like using gutka or any tobacco product, they are not allowed to advertise. I appreciate the point of Professor Saugata Royji also said that make more signages on them. There are ample signages everywhere now, and smoking is not cool. Sir, I was in a generation where Bollywood movies showed the machoism was about smoking. But today's generation is exactly opposite. You're shamed if you're seen smoking. Even a movie, it says it's injurious to health. So I think society at large globally has done things like this to shame people from smoking. But unfortunately, what happens in all these brands or any gutka brand, they look at other comfort products. Like there are gutka products, the name is the same with water. So they sell water, the brand is the same, but psychologically, when you're watching that ad, you do realize, ye gutke wala hai, wahi pani bana raha.
The same producer who is making this gutka is manufacturing biscuit, water, or what?
The designing is the same. So indirectly, this soft advertising that all these gutka kings of India are doing, this is something we really need to look into. I don't know what the solution is to it, but we must do it because in the larger interest of all my friends, and I think it's the most wonderful debate today because Professor Saab and my friend Kalanidhi, who's not here just now, but both of them have spoken against smoking. So, you know, umeed pe duniya kayam hai.
We are just based on the hopes.
In there. But sir, I would like to ask a few questions to the Honorable Finance Minister that I appreciate her bringing the bill. But what's really alarming today is in Delhi, walking around in Delhi is like smoking 50 cigarettes a day. So I think I would urge her, and I even spoke to Bhupender ji the other day, I was fortunate enough to meet him in Parliament, that why don't you put a consensus in Parliament and give us targets? Give targets to every member of Parliament where we can help you, assist you in building a better society for pollution, for smoking, for all these larger social issues. Kabhi to rajniti chhod ke hum sab
We should leave aside politics at times and we should do something for the country.
about for smoking, can we do something for air pollution? So if you
She had
also give
mentioned
us
your
some
name.
targets, I was praising him. I took Kalanidhi ji's name because I really appreciate his intervention. But is there something that we can do more for
Today he
air
has shown his
pollution?
determination.
No, I hope he does something. And for all the solution that he has made for making pockets in every villages, if he gives us from Tamil Nadu a solution, we'll implement it in Maharashtra to stop smoking. And we are happy to take it and we'll give it your name also. But I think we can, if there is something we can together do for this, we'd be very happy. The Honorable Purandeshwari ji talked about welfare states. I appreciate her efforts. She's one of the finest parliamentarians we have. But sir, welfare state is, do we really want India to be a welfare state? I mean, I come from a state which recently had an election and a program which the Honorable Shivraj Singh ji started in Madhya Pradesh, which was a very big success, was used in Maharashtra for Ladli Behnas. And it was effectively implemented before the election. But what happened to the welfare after election, pata nahi. 25 lakh. Ye Shivraj Singh ji ne Madhya Pradesh.
25 lakh rupees, it was not an MP, but in Maharashtra it has happened. 25 lakh women have been benefited.
Forward. So what really is the objective? I go back to my first point that what is the objective? Even the farmers issue. I appreciate Shivraj Singh ji's work. Sir, he was most kind to us when Maharashtra had a huge, हमारे यहाँ बहुत बारिश हुई. He was one.
We had lots of rains.
Most helpful. He wanted to come and help us in our state. He himself said कि जो भी लगेगा हम यहाँ से देंगे.
Whatever is possible we'll do from our side, he said.
Be hard that Maharashtra government has still not sent him a proposal. महाराष्ट्र में कह रहे हैं कि कमिटी
It is said in Maharashtra will form the committees, we'll have the reports, and what will happen on that.
appreciate.
If you can yield to, I think.
Yes, yes, please, I'll be happy to.
Shivraj Singh.
करना चाहता हूँ
I just want to request, sir, that the government of Maharashtra on the tragedy which happened, calamity of flood which happened, on that on 27th, they have sent the proposal to us. Just wanted to correct this thing. Maharashtra government has sent this proposal to us.
आपको जब जानकारी रहेगी तो आपने, लेकिन अब
If you didn't have the information, it's different thing. Honorable Minister of Agriculture has given this. It's his greatness that he is saving the government, but they said that they have not sent the report. When I asked them, there is survey going on after from the committee. Honorable Minister of Agriculture is saying on the record. On record, he has stated that thing.
प्राकृतिक आपदाओं में मैं
In the natural calamity, I've also been in touch with the states, and he has sent me the report. Definitely, on ground, he has sent the report.
ये महाराष्ट्र सरकार
We have lots of hopes and aspirations we have from him. Maybe not from the Maharashtra government, but we have it from him. As the thing Krishna ji said,
but I would just like to, maybe he missed out on in his reading कि IMF का एक नया रिपोर्ट
he
आया है.
mentioned about
there is a report by IMF.
I'm not sure, sir. I'm very confused. I'm not a finance expert. जो मैं थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ लेती हूँ उससे ही कुछ समझ.
Whatever little I've read, I can understand only that. So there was a report, maybe the Honorable Finance Minister may clarify that, and it came out in the newspapers. I'm not much aware, but there is an IMF report wherein it has been stated that our situation is slightly different.
Appreciate and request the Honorable Finance Minister to clarify, so the world needs to know where really India stands. And if the IMF report, which is downgraded at, has given wrong information about India, we need to correct it to make sure that there is no bad perception and information about India. So I think this is the limited point. I don't think we have any more suggestions to make, but we appreciate the
your
efforts.
time was only 3 minutes, but you spoke more than 8 minutes.
Sir, you are very kind
Thank
to
you.
me or overindulging me.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
but I will
Thank you.
support the bill wholeheartedly. And I hope the objective is very clear to reduce smoking and make sure the tobacco farmer doesn't get hurt. We can always finance Shivraj Singh ji. जरूर उसके लिए कुछ अच्छा करेंगे.
Honorable Shivraj Singh ji will definitely do something which will benefit all. Thank you.
Baikar ji, Sri Ravindra Baikar ji.
संशोधन विधेयक 2025
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. I express my heartfelt gratitude that you gave Central Excise Amendment Bill 20.
महोदय मैं अपनी पार्टी शिवसेना की ओर से इस विधेयक का पूरेपूर समर्थन
Sir, I rise to support this bill on behalf of my party wholeheartedly. I would also like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister of the country, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and our Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji. Both of these have not only safeguarded our revenue, but also to drive away the youth from indulging into any such addiction. After GST and income tax reforms, this is a great reform which will definitely strengthen the foundation for a developed India, a Viksit Bharat, and a healthy India, Swasth Bharat. After suffering GST compensation losses, the cess was introduced. Now that when it is soon going to be over, the revenue of the country will suffer losses, and because of drop in prices, the use of tobacco and tobacco products can increase. But the government has shown great jurisprudence in amending the fourth schedule of the 1944 Act, and they are introducing a new tax slab through this bill. The stringent laws being enforced by this bill, I welcome that. On top of 40% GST, up to 70% or more cess will be levied, which the Honorable Finance Minister said that GST cannot go above 40%, but this extra cess of 70% will be levied. The length of the cigarette and the basis of the filter from 2,700 rupees to 11,000 per thousand will be the duty fixed. Not only that, on unmatured tobacco from 7 to 70%, and on inhaling nicotine products also, excess duty will be levied up to 70%. This tip was also important because tobacco and tobacco related products are harmful for the society, but if the tax was reduced, it would have costed less and it would wreak havoc in the society. But the government has taken a decision in welfare of the country. This is not only about health, but it is helping everyone in the country. Today, it is like a pandemic. Every year, more than 13.5 lakh people die because of tobacco use, and this is more than the number of deaths because of any other disease or a war even. And in India, out of one out of every 10 deaths in India, immature deaths are because of tobacco. The GTS2 survey and other say that because of tobacco, 1,77,000, 1,46,000 is the loss, fiscal loss of our country, and it is more than 1% of our GDP. Whatever we earn through taxes, we spend more on the treatment of diseases caused by tobacco and other products, and the youth are indulging into hookah bars and vaping and flavored tobacco, and they are being misled. And once any youth falls in its trap, it's difficult to come out of this addiction. The Center for Disease Control, their figures indicate that people who become de-addicted is very less because of awareness. Also, only 7.2% people can only de-addict themselves. That is why to increase the price of these products will also become a very important step in keeping the youth away from these tobacco products. And we need to save our citizens from becoming a passive smoker also, and this bill is like a surgical strike in this regard. I would once again like to support this bill and also given some suggestions. The revenue which we earn through this cess which is levied, and revenue utilization can be used not only in the general budget, but a huge chunk can be used in the construction of cancer hospitals and for rehabilitation centers for farmers also. Many people have expressed that those farmers who grow tobacco, what will happen to them? So for them, those who rely on this, they can be given an alternative crop, and a special package may be given to the farmers so that their livelihood is not affected. And Honorable Chairman, sir, for spreading awareness in schools and colleges, there can be movements. And sir, through you, I would like to also state that in Maharashtra, gutka is manufactured, but it is available all over India. So it is being sold everywhere in Maharashtra. That should also be banned, and stringent laws be formulated to punish these people. This bill shows economic and social responsibility, and it's an unique bill. It will not only help in earning revenues, but also save many lives. I would like to once again express my gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and our Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji, and on behalf of my party, Shiv Sena, I fully support this bill. Thank you.
Sri Arun Govil ji. Sri Arun Govil ji.
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय और सदन में मेरे साथियों, जय श्री राम।
Honorable Chairman, sir, and my dear friends, Jai Shri Ram, I fully support the Central Excise Bill, Second Amendment 2025, and today I rise in this house because in the last 50 years I'm tobacco free completely. And before Raman, I used to be a chain smoker and I used to chew on tobacco the entire day. But once I started acting in Raman, from that day to today, I'm tobacco free. So today I rise to support this bill. This bill is levying a new structure of cess on tobacco and tobacco related products. After GST, the excise duty was decreased on tobacco, but to safeguard our revenues, this needs to be restructured. The tobacco goods like tobacco, gutka, and cigarettes, the GST plus cess is being done away with, and a new structured reform of cess is being brought forth. Tobacco and tobacco products, the excise is to be increased on that. We all know that tobacco addiction is not just a habit, but it's a very serious health disease. The use of tobacco leads to cancer and many other deadly diseases. And so, to strengthen health security, this step has been taken by the government, and people will, the use of tobacco will decrease in people and the youth be kept away from tobacco. This bill ensures that our revenue grows, and also it shows its awareness for bringing about health in the society. This is a very important step in when we levy extra cess over and above 40% of GST. This is an important step for the social welfare of the people to decrease the use of dangerous tobacco products and to enhance the lives of the people. This bill is being brought. This bill will not bring any extra burden on any industry, but health risk products will be decreased and there will be discipline in the people. The government is thinking about public health first and has taken this very strong step. This increased tax will help in keeping people away from the use of tobacco. Cancer and pregnancy related diseases, tobacco and other products, the excise has been increased and it's a very good step in keeping people away from it. Our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's government is taking due cognizance of the health of the people, and already 1 lakh crore has been spent on the health of the people. Under the aegis of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the government always keeps nation first, and this bill is a very important role in that direction. I fully support this bill. Thank you, Jai Shri Ram.
Sri Sasikant Senthiji.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise to register not just my opposition to this bill, but also my deep concern over the ad hoc, short-sighted decisions that the government is taking and also manipulating in the taxation system since the time GST started. The Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025 is another example, sir. The government is in the habit of taking ad hoc decisions, non-participative decisions, and then compensating for its own problems and pretending to rescue the nation by introducing more and more bills. Sir, let us be very clear. This bill is not about public health. Neither it is about national security. It is about filling a fiscal hole, basically created by the government's own failed GST implementation and its irresponsible borrowing. Speaker, sir, the government introduced GST with fanfare, saying that we will have one nation, one tax. Since the day it has been introduced, it has been one nation and constant confusion. For 8 long years, the government failed to manage GST revenues transparently, share it in time with the states, and created a lot of problems for the states. The so-called compensation cess, which was actually proposed for only 5 years, became a never-ending burden, primarily because of the government center's failed attempt to protect revenues, and also the reason it took massive loans, and then using the compensation to cess to pay. And today, instead of admitting that the GST has been riddled with design flaws, technical failures, the government brings an amendment and sells it as a public health reform, which is absolutely, I think, is misleading. Sir, this bill claims to maintain tax incidence, but what it actually does is, it is going back to the pre-GST era. So basically now we will have GST, central excise, and then cess also. So basically all the reform idea which was proposed, I think again we are going to multiple confusions in the GST regime. Sir, so this government has achieved something extraordinary. They are bringing back the pre-GST tax structure. They managed to invent an even more complicated, cumbersome and oppressive one. Sir, now the manufacturers, especially small scale and traditional businesses, will be crushed under the compliance requirements. We will see the details later. But then these are all issues, sir. So if it is about health issues, if it was about protecting the people from the ill issues of tobacco, which was discussed for so long, the government actually should have spent more on cancer treatment, de-addiction programs and other things. Rather, this is just a fiscal arrangement which the government is doing. Sir, there is absolutely no clarity on, probably we'll have to wait for the companion bill also, where this cess will go, or whatever the cess is going to be done, and how it is going to transform into outcomes. So, sir, the major issue that I am opposing this bill is also on the larger GST landscape, where states are repeatedly being ignored, compensation dues are chronically delayed, rate decisions driven by political compulsions and not economic logic, rate inversions causing chaos for MSMEs. The entire GST, which are supposed to be a cooperative federal structure, is completely not running the way it should be running. So the bill is nothing but a continuation of the same undemocratic style of functioning, centralization of power and decentralization of blame, and also ad hoc decision making. Introduce one more bill, and then destroy all the reform process that you have brought in. So, sir, if the government is truly committed to reducing these harmful consumptions, it should go into other methods and not put a technical thing as a public health reform. So actually, sir, I think the bill is just a compensation for what problems have created through GST, and it should not have taken so long. But then again, to push it as a public health reform is something I don't think is in good interest. And I oppose this bill for this ad hoc method in which GST is being handled, and the entire country and the federal structure and the federal decision-making process is being compromised in this country. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sri Sudhakar Singh ji. Sri Sudhakar Singh ji.
माननीय सभापति महोदय, आज मैं
Honorable Chairman, sir, I rise to speak on the Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025. I do not see a lot of need for any discussion, but it is very clear here that in lower tax slabs, the rural livelihood of the farmers, that need has been done away with, and the policy is only favoring the big industrialists. Tobacco and other products in its manufacturing, almost 40 to 45 lakh people in the rural areas, their livelihood depends on this, especially the women who have an optional source of income in the form of manufacturing tobacco products, which helps in feeding their families. If we look at products like bidi, earlier on per 1000 bidi, only 1 to 2 rupees was given as tax, but after this, they will have to give 10% tax, which will impact these small industries, but the big manufacturing companies will capture the entire market, and as a result, the small and medium industries will be destroyed, and in the rural areas, the women employment will also be impacted, and there's no alternative arrangement to mitigate that in this bill. So, other than that, in this bill, the complex tax structure and the unorganized sector, especially the beeri and tobacco industry and their struggles, there is no provision to address these. And it will not only impact the livelihood in the rural areas, but the small industrialists of the unorganized sector will also be impacted. The GST on tobacco and pan masala, the new structured reform which is presented in this bill, the Honorable Minister may please reply to these points in her reply. The use of these tobacco products, the health is a burden on the state, and it is being stated that because of the higher tax rates, it will help in decreasing the health risks in the country. But as far as my experience goes, this is negated. But alternative farming and alternative livelihood and de-addiction, there is no mention of this in this bill, and the government's intent is clear in this. Bihar, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh farmers who cultivate tobacco, are they going to provide any optional farming or optional livelihood, or in the veil of this excise, they are just trying to benefit the big companies? The Honorable Minister may please reply subject-wise in her reply. Thank you.
Sri M. Guru Murthy ji.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir, for giving me the opportunity to speak on Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025. Sir, this bill amends the Central Excise Act 1944. Honorable Chairman, sir, after GST in 2017, excise remained only on tobacco and related products, sir. With the GST compensation cess ending as loans are repaid, this bill restores physical space by shifting that burden into core excise, sir. Sir, Article 2, 4th Schedule, Section 4, tariff items 2401 to 2404. The bill replaces the entire tobacco tariff table in Section 4. It sets about 70% duty on unmanufactured tobacco, strong specific duties on cigarette per 1,000 sticks, sir, higher duties on chewing and smoking mixtures, and clear rates for new nicotine products, sir. Honorable Chairman, sir, we feel some of the positives of this bill is tariff items 2401 10 to 20 at 30, uniform high duty on all unmanufactured tobacco types, and tobacco refuse reduce disputes and makes compliance simpler for farmers and traders, sir. Tariff items 2403 to 24030, very high duty on chewing and scented tobacco, supports public health goals while preserving revenue, sir. Sir, in Article 1 of 2, Fiscal Memorandum, the shift from cess to excise protects centre's revenue without fresh budgetary outgo and supports medium and term fiscal planning, sir. Honorable Chairman, sir, let me seek some answers for few questions, sir. Sir, number one, tariff item 2402-20, how will length-based slabs be policed so that cigarettes are not misdeclared around 65 mm, 70 mm, and 75 mm to reduce duty, sir? And second question is, tariff items 2403, 19, 21 to 29, what safeguards will stop machine-made buyers being shown as handmade to claim the concession rates, sir? Tariff items 2404 to 12, 240491 to 99. When will final duty rates be notified for fast growing oral and transdermal nicotine products, sir? And tariff item 2403 9970 versus 2403 9910. How will diversion of low tax cut tobacco into high tax chewing tobacco be prevented across the state borders, sir? With these comments, I support this bill, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Srimati Mahima Kumari Memor.
Speaker, sir, I rise today to speak in support of the Central Excise Bill 2025, which in my respectful submission is not merely a fiscal adjustment, but a decisive step towards strengthening our nation's public health and architecture. For that, I will like to thank our Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Finance Minister. भारतवर्ष 2047 तक विकसित बनाने के मंत्र के साथ विकास
with the aim to make India develop India by 2057. We, women, farmers, and every stakeholders have to play a decisive role where various reforms have been brought in GST regimes, which has increased the consumption in the country, and it has also reflected in the GDP growth, which has touched the growth rate of 8.2%. And for this, I am thankful to our Finance Minister, Srimati Sitharamanji. But we also have to be concerned about the health scenario in our country, and we need to spread awareness, and Sansad sports meets are being organized, and other programs are also being taken up in this direction to reduce and discourage the production of harmful tobacco. This bill has been brought, and
GST compensation cess is being gradually phased. Without corresponding safeguards, harmful products such as tobacco would inevitably become harmful product cheaper and more accessible, particularly in rural and semi-urban markets, where enforcement challenges remain acute. The proposed increase in excise duty ensures that the overall tax burden on tobacco products remains stable, so that affordability does not rise and consumption does not spike. This approach reflects responsible governance, balancing physical rationality with the fundamental obligation to protect the health and welfare of our people. The real impact of this legislation must be understood, not in economic abstractions, but in effect on ordinary families, children, village communities. In small towns and rural beds across the country, bidi, gutka, and inexpensive cigarettes remain dangerously easily to obtain. Young adolescents encounter tobacco not behind closed doors, but in public spaces, school, adjacent kiosks. Weekly rural markets and roadside shops. Experimentation begins early, often before young minds fully understands the consequences of the addiction. This early exposure translates into long-term dependence, deteriorating health, educational dropouts, and increasing medical expenditure for the families that can least afford it. In many agricultural and tribal communities, we see a parallel reality of undernutrition, school absent of the children. A lot of children don't go to school because they use all these things, and growing health hazards directly connected to tobacco use among adults and adolescents alike. When families spend their limited income on addictive products, resources bent for food, education, and healthcare suffers. But sustaining price deterrence through calibrated tax policy, this bill intervenes at the most vulnerable entry point of addiction. Price remains one of the strongest barriers preventing children and youth from initiating tobacco use. When products remain unaffordable, experimentation reduces, progression to the habitual use declines, and entire household patterns of consumption change. Parent reduce usage, children remain protected from exposure, and community health gradually improves. In this sense, the bill serves as a protective shield around young Indians who constitute a demographic dividend, ensuring that future generations remain healthier, more educated, and more productive. India continues to confront an alarming burden of tobacco-related non-communicable disease, ranging from oral cancer to lung ailments and cardiovascular disease. These illnesses do not strike in isolation. They devastate families emotionally and financially. Rural population, daily wages earner, and low-income household face the worst consequences, often arriving at hospitals only when disease has reached advanced and costly stages. Preventive public policy, therefore must remain our primary defense. Alongside discouraging consumption, this bill also ensures that revenue generated from harmful commodities strengthens national healthcare capacity. Under the present government leadership, our medical infrastructure has seen had delivered treatment. Guiding this legislation is both practical and principled. The economic burden created by harmful products is redirected into building hospitals, training doctors, and effect finance public attention and have the compensation says does not diminish the constitutionally guaranteed share of states in central tax. Adjustment in excise duty simply preserves overall revenue naturality while assuring that pricing deterrence remains intact. State continues to receive 41% of the divisible tax pool as determined by the Finance Commission, and absolute financial devolution under the current government has reached unprecedented levels. This bill does not compromise cooperative federalism. Rather, it aligns physical federalism with public health prioritized by ensuring uniform protection across all regions of the country. Equally important is the need to reassure farmers and BD workers whose livelihood depends on the tobacco cultivation and processing. This bill does not target production, it addresses consumption alone. The government has parallelly promoted crop diversification programs that have already shifted lack of acres from tobacco cultivation into sustainable agricultural alternatives. Income support schemes, skill assistance programs, and rural welfare initiatives continue to protect worker livelihoods and facilitating transition where feasible. This balanced policy ensures that we do not trade one social harm for another. Rural incomes are protected even as public health objectives advance. Another area where clarity is needed is enforcement against illicit tobacco trade. Global experience shows that smuggling flourishes where regularity systems are weak, not where taxes are strong. This legislation, supported by a strengthened enforcement ecosystem involving digital tax stamps, track and trace mechanism, and coordinated action among custom, GST authorities, and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. These initiatives have already led to record seizures and dismantling of organized smuggling networks. Higher excise duties do not weaken enforcement. They enhance its effectiveness by incentivizing systematic monitoring and accountability. Honorable Speaker, sir, the most profound justification of this bill lies in the future we owe our children. Tobacco addiction strikes at the physical vitality, education attainment, and economic productivity of our youth. It undermines classroom before it weakens hospital. It erodes human capital before it appears on government balance sheets. In a nation preparing itself for a developed future, safeguarding the health of the next generation cannot be secondary to fiscal adjustment. This legislation embodies the long-term vision. It ensures that the technical transition in tax policies does not generate a social setback in public health. The Central Excise Bill 2025 therefore represent a thoughtful convergence of governance priorities, fiscal discipline, social equality, healthcare investment, federal stability, rural protection, youth welfare. It is a legislation rooted not merely in numbers but in human outcome. By maintaining deterrent pricing of tobacco product, this bill protects children in avoidable prioritizes prevention over welfare of expectancy. With deep conviction, I support the bill and commend it to be the House as a necessary and humane measures in the national interest. I like to say, Supriya ji was saying that we ki rajniti nahi karni chahiye, we have to. So I'll say this is something that we have to work together, for the young generation, seeing the condition. And we are talking about Viksit Bharat for 2027. So we all have to work for this together. And I'm there for this bill, and I'll thank my Honorable Prime Minister and my Finance Minister. Thank you.
Sri K. Nausakani ji.
வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க படம்.
நன்றி மன்மு
I thank you for providing me the.
புகையிலை மற்றும்
This bill is about raising the prices of tobacco and tobacco-based products. Through this measure, the usage of tobacco products, if will be reduced, we can welcome this bill. But only for income generation, if this bill is to be presented here, that is not a welcome thing. The younger generation will be directly affected by the tobacco products. So, if not, we can eradicate this. We have to at least reduce the usage of these tobacco products. We have to take all efforts for that. This bill is about reducing the cess, taxation, compensation sex, and to compensate that, the removing that cess, it is increasing, it is levying the new excise duty for that. When the new GST was introduced, the state government's revenues were reduced and the full control goes to the center. The states which are affected have to be compensated. For that reason, this compensation cess was levied. That was the promise given by the union government. The time period is ending now, and that is why the compensation is being stopped. That is the message from this bill according to the government. But there are no alternative revenue generation for the states. This additional central excise duty will not be shared with the state governments. If the state governments has to make any decisions, the states have to depend on the union government, that is the state now. At least for some years, the state governments should be compensated by the industry, tobacco industry, 40 million, that is 4